All right. Hello, everyone. That's why it hurts. Okay. All right. Sorry. I was trying to figure out why my head hurts, and that explains that. Hello. Welcome to stream one of the 12-hour marathon. We're going to be streaming for 12 hours. It's actually split into two streams, 6 hours per stream with an hour break in between. If you don't know who I am, my name is Skye. I'm a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance. I'm named SD Hegyes. And yeah, we're going to be streaming today. Stephanie is currently at a book event. She's at a book event right now trying to sell some books, so she is not going to be with me for the moment. She'll drive me when she gets home. But yeah, we're going to do this 12-hour marathon. We're going to write all the words. And yeah, let me know if you're in the comments what you're working on today. If you're planning on joining me for the whole 12 hours, you do not have to. I'm just curious who will be. Um, so yeah, I am going to be working on, at least to start off with, book 5 in the Sultry Solstices series. My plan for this 12-hour marathon is to write the first draft of the entire book. That's going to be about 13,000 words. Maybe I'll finish it in 12 hours, maybe I won't, but my goal is to finish it this weekend between today and tomorrow, whether or not I'm doing it during the 12-hour marathon. So I would like to get as much as possible, if not all of the first draft done during the 12-hour marathon. And whatever I don't finish today during the 12-hour marathon, I'll finish tomorrow offline while I'm running errands. So mainly washing and folding laundry. So that is the plan. But that being said, those plans may change because story 5 is the one that I have worried about the most. It's the one I have the least amount of plot for. And so, like, we'll see what happens, kind of thing. So, that being said, let me say hi to everyone in the comments section, and then we'll get started with our first sprint. So Eva was the first to join us. Happy accident with sitting down to eat and seeing this. So excited. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining us. Renee is also here. Hey, hey, I'm making some lunch before I get started. I literally just finished eating basically a chicken quesadilla. I threw some cheese and chicken on a tortilla and threw it in the microwave for a little bit and then rolled it up and ate it. So that was my lunch. Book affair. Eva says, book affair? Oh, Sarah also is here. Hello. Sending my Twitch here since you are on YouTube. I'm just linking it. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Sarah, for joining us. And thank you for sending your Twitch streamers over here. One day I might actually stream on Twitch as well. I don't know what the difference is between YouTube and Twitch for me, but Twitch just makes me nervous as far as like trying to stream there. I don't know why. I cannot explain it. I have done a couple of streams. I need to also figure out with Twitch how to keep the streams there. I know it's a user error. I know it's something I'm doing. I do not know how to get it set up so that the streams stay because I have streamed a couple times on Twitch already and they don't show up on my page. So I don't know why. They only show when I'm live at the moment, but after I'm no longer live, they're gone for some reason. And I know it's something I'm doing. I just don't know what that is. So there's that. Eva asked what the goals are for stream. I'm working on book 5. I may work on something else if I get stuck on book 5. I just don't know what that something else will be. I've got a bunch of ideas percolating in my head, but we'll see. I'm ready to draft though, so 5 might be easier for me to do than I think it is because I've been working on editing the rest of this month. Like I've been editing book 2, 3, 4 are completely edited now. I was working on them this month. And then I've been working on editing another book. So I've been working on editing 4 books this month. And I've been itching to write, like draft write, for a couple of weeks now. So I might actually have an easier time with this than I think. Eva says, I didn't realize it was happening, but I'm going to try to join you for the entire thing. To start, I'm making a Saturday reel, part of my micro payment challenge. Then I need to do a few house things. Then I can do a few creative things, I hope. Little discovery writing happening? Yes, exactly. Eva says, bean burritos, basically. Black beans, refried beans, cheese, salsa rolled in a tortilla. I am not a huge fan. I like refried beans, but I don't eat them that often. And black beans I'm not a fan of. So do like the cheese salsa, though. Mm. Yum, yum. All right. So I made it to the end of the comments that I can see. So we're going to start our first sprint. We're going to do as many sprints as we can with some chit chat in between because it's a 12-hour marathon. I don't know how many sprints that'll be. During a regular live stream, it would be 4, maybe 5. But since this is a 12-hour marathon, we'll do as many as we can. Another thing before I go ahead and get started is that I might also be doing the second stream this evening because the fact that Stephanie's at an event right now, as well as the fact that there is some known construction going on in her area that may affect her internet. So I might be doing both streams tonight. We shall see. Also, we usually do this in the evening because when I was working night shift, it was actually and she has some insomnia issues. So it was actually easier at the time for us to do this at night, where we start in the evening and go throughout the night till morning. So we switched it up this time. We're doing it during the day, and we'll see how this goes. But this may not be the norm, especially like once I have a job again. So forewarning there. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to do 30-minute sprints with some chit chat in between. I need to remember to switch these tickers or just get rid of them completely. 30-minute sprints because I had it still up from when I was gaming. Show this, please. Thank you. Because I'm doing gaming streams on Thursday evenings because it's the only way I can seem to make sure I relax and play some video games because it's the only time I've been video gaming lately. And I just need to remember to change my ticker that's down at the bottom of the screen. But for those who are new, when we do sprints, I also like to put writing prompts on the screen. You do not have to use them if you don't want to. They're just there if you want to write but don't know what you want to write about. So our first prompt today is, who's ready to rumble? You can say that however you want, take that however you want, but I figured that was perfect for this. So yeah, we are going to do 30 minutes starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. Sorry, I had to finish a sentence before I came back. So, I managed to get started. It turns out I had already started this project, but I started it in the wrong spot. So I had deleted all the words that was already there. There was only about 500, a little over 500. And by deleting them, I moved them to a different section. I'm like, we'll cut these for now. And then I wrote 309 words. It took a couple of false starts, but I'm happy with where we're going with the story so far. So there is that. We've made good headway. Sometimes all I have to get done is get the story started, and once I do that, everything goes a little easier. So there is that. But how did y'all do in the comments? I'm gonna go check out and see what you guys did. Let's see. The last comment I saw was from Eva. Stephanie joined us in the comments for a little bit, saying, "Hey all, I'm not home right now, but will be soonish. Hoping my internet at home doesn't crap out from being worked on in the area. Happy Saturday, friends." So she will be joining us from after the event, and I hope that it went well. Eva shares those same sentiments, saying, "I hope the event is going or went well, Stephanie." Inka has joined us. Hello, hello. Hey, friends, trying to get my newsletter done when I'm running on fumes. Oof. You're not in the States, if I remember right, Inka, so it's like late at night for you, if I remember right. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, yeah. I do not rest if you need to. I am all about getting sleep. I woke up this morning to see my husband off to work. He had to be on the road by 6:30 because he had to be at work by 7. And I went back to bed for 3 hours. I woke up around 10 a.m. No regrets whatsoever. So we do not deny people sleep. If you need to go to bed, go to bed. So Tamara is also here. Hi, everybody. I post on Patreon. Nice. One of these days, I might have to contact you, Tamara, and probably a couple other people who have Patreons as well, because I set my Patreon up, and like I have inklings of ideas that I want to post to Patreon, but I definitely want Patreon to be more for readers than other authors, and so like I'm trying to figure out what exactly to post to my Patreon. And I'm stumbling over that. Not because like I don't have any ideas, because I do. It's just that how much do I put on Patreon versus, which is meant to be like exclusive membership only kind of stuff, versus what everyone else can see? Or is it just that they get first looks at everything and then everyone else can see what they see later? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Especially like with like cover reveals, I promise newsletter subscribers first looks at those. But then again, I also want Patreon members to see that kind of stuff. So like that's where I get confused. Like what do I post to who when kind of thing. And I need to figure that out. Patreon is just something that kind of like goes over my head. I want to do it. I think it would be good. Or Ko-fi, one of the two. I actually would prefer to do both. But it's something that just I don't know what to do for it yet exactly. I don't know. I'm figuring it out slowly. Inka says I'm in the UK, so it's coming up for 7 p.m. Not quite ready for bed yet. Okay, that's fair. But if you've been working all day, rest would be a good thing too. Nay says I'm trying to figure out how early to post things on Patreon before posting on IG and FB. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I have no desire to post anything to Instagram or Facebook right now. I cannot handle social media. I can't even really handle Patreon. I don't know what's going on with me because like I do not have the time or energy for this. I can barely manage one newsletter a month. I can barely manage that. There's times where I go months without even posting a newsletter because I just do not have the spell slots for it. And here I am talking about doing a Patreon and a Ko-fi. I'm still mad that it's not pronounced coffee, by the way. It bothers me that it's not pronounced coffee. But like, for me, I'm going to be using Patreon and Ko-fi the same exact way. What I post to Patreon, I will also post to Ko-fi in the same time manner, because my thoughts and feelings are this. Some people like Patreon, some people like Ko-fi. Some will use one but not the other. And so I want people to have that option. They can either support me on Patreon or they can support me on Ko-fi the exact same way. So both will get the same information at the same time. And with the way I've already got Patreon set up, I have already stated that anything posted to Patreon is also posted to Ko-fi. You can choose whichever one is better for you. But I have not set up Ko-fi yet because, excuse me, like I have a Ko-fi. It's available. It's available long before my Patreon was. But when I joined Ko-fi, they didn't have the membership tiers yet that they do now, and so like I set it up and kind of forgot about it and ignored it. And so now one of these days I do need to take time to set it up the same way I've got Patreon set up with the membership tiers, so that it's ready to go too, so that when I start posting to Patreon, I can post to Ko-fi at the same time and vice versa. So that's like the next big major social media thing I've got to do. So Tamara says, absolutely, hit me up. I've been struggling with that too, but I think I've figured out my path now. Ooh, congrats. We like that. Tamara says, my newsletter has suffered. Yeah, same. I don't think so. In 2025, I think I sent out one newsletter in January and then didn't again for the rest of the year, period. And then this year I've done really good. I've sent out one every month, but I just I feel like newsletters, the way newsletters were like sold to me was that they were another form of like human interaction, kind of like social media, except for you can't lose social media. You can't lose it like you can social media, because let's just face it, social media can shut down at any time they want to, and you'll just lose all those people. And that was the way newsletters were like sold to me, was that it's another way to interact with your fan base, but I don't get any interaction through my newsletter. And I realize part of it's because my newsletter is still very small. But like even when I do what all the newsletter gurus say and ask questions and say reply to me and let me know what's going on, I don't get any interaction. My read through rate of and stuff like that is my open rate. Sorry, my open rate is good based on what I'm seeing in the analytics. But as far as like interaction goes, there is like nothing. So it's one of those things where like I get the purpose of it, but to me it's kind of useless at the moment. Part of it's because I don't market my stuff. I don't have a lot of things out. I don't have any completed series. Like I know the problem is me. I know that. But because it's one of those things where I only have time for, I either have time for writing and editing and publishing, or I have time for the social media side. I do not have the time and energy for both at the moment. And I think that's the problem where I am, is that I need to make time to balance both, to make both work for me. So, and I realize I'm the problem. It's me. I get it. So, meh. Sarah says, I refuse to do a newsletter because I never read anyone's, so I feel like it's kind of unreasonable to put one out. That makes sense. Perfectly reasonable. Inka says, I'm mad that it's not pronounced like lo-fi. Oh, Ko-fi. I think there's some, so I do have a friend that pronounces it that way. And I'm like, I don't know why, but that irritates me too. I'm like, just pick a path. Pick one and stick with it, guys. And they did. I went years thinking it was coffee and pronouncing it coffee, only for Ko-fi themselves to be like, no, actually it's pronounced this way years later. And I'm just like, really? Really? Nay says, I have a newsletter sign up, but I haven't done one yet. Not sure how early on you should start writing newsletters. Renee, I recommend reading Newsletter Ninja. It's by Tammy Labreck, I think is how you pronounce the last name. I will put a link in the description. It's a really good book, and I do love the tidbits that it gets. Tamara will know this because we read it for Writer's Workshop when she was doing Writer's Workshop years ago. I think we did the second one as well. I could be wrong about that. I feel like we did, but now I'm like questioning my own mind. Oop. So I do really recommend that one. If you want to know more about newsletter. I did not start putting out a newsletter until I'd already published a couple books, though, so I have no advice there. And again, I'm very sporadic with it. I've been really good this year about sending one every month, but there's times where I go months and full years without sending one. So take that with a grain of salt. I got nothing. I am bad at the newsletter. I just got done. Eva says, I just got done filming the things for this reel. I'll have to edit it way down, and I need to send some graphs over to myself to include in this edit. Your target audience with a newsletter isn't you. It's your target readers that also like newsletter. Text, phone numbers are like newsletters today too, I think. Yeah. Free Range Female says, hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Eva says, for how often I get text updates for all the big places, they have my contact information without ever needing the internet. Ko-fi runs with low fee from what I thought. Yes, it does. No fee. Yeah, it does. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, though, is that it's not that the whole thing behind Ko-fi is that you buy me a coffee. And so, like, for the longest time, I was like, you can buy me a coffee on coffee. And then, no, it's pronounced Ko-fi. So I think that's part of what makes me mad. It's run the entire time. Zara is an ambassador. Tamara says, wait, weren't you trying out a different streaming service? I was trying out Meld. I have not successfully integrated the chat into what I want to do, and I have yet to actually contact someone who has successfully used it to the point where I can't get it to work yet. So I will eventually, maybe, if for nothing else, for gaming. I just haven't gotten there yet. Inca says, honestly, I only get a few reader emails a month, and I have a decent list, though I just called it to under 2.5K because I'm tight about money. That's still, in comparison, Inca, that is a huge list to me. Like, I can't imagine having 2.5K emails. I think my list is like 40-something right now. Like, it's a little email list, but again, it goes back to the fact that I don't have very many books out. I don't market my books. I haven't done stuff. So, again, I know I'm the problem. It's me. Tamara says, Newsletter Ninja is really helpful. It is. I highly recommend it. There is a second one. I cannot remember for the life of me if I've read the second one. I know I have it, and I feel like I have read it. But the longer I sit about it, I think about what's in, like, I can recall what's in the first one. I cannot recall what's in the second one, which is why I question whether or not I've actually read it. Eva says, I barely check my email. Oh, I check my email daily, but I don't really read a lot of stuff. So, and I think that's part of why a lot of people are switching to Substack too, because Substack Works is just like another site you can browse versus going to, I know you can get it directly to your email, but isn't Substack its own like app as well for those on the reader side? I feel like it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I do not have a Substack. I do not know how Substack works. But I feel like that's some of the draw, is that it works like another app. And people can like subscribe to people so they can get all of their updates. But you can read it on its own app versus getting it to an email address. Like, am I wrong there? Like, am I crazy? Maybe. That's very possible. Free Range says, I'm not doing any marketing because I'm not a multitasker. I know this is against what all the experts say, but I am going to finish the debut, then focus on marketing. See, that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I would like a finished series before I start marketing any single one. And currently I have 3 series started and none of them are finished. So no marketing for me at this time. I have no intention of making time for marketing until I have at least 1 finished series or 3 standalones. Backlist is key. And I'm not there yet. I have my own set of standards that I want to meet before I start marketing. So, Eva says I have 30 and 14 read it on Substack, but it's more like a blog and I neglect. What do I need a newsletter for? Yes, Substack has its own pool of readers. Okay, that makes sense. And Inka says, I'm moving my newsletter to Substack so I can scale without fear of it costing too much. I'd have over 7K by now if I didn't keep culling. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. But that's also terrifying that you've had to cull it so much that of where you would be versus where you are. That's a lot of culling. Freeman says, I'm thinking about Substack, maybe Kickstarter if I go indie. Right now, I'm just going to write the story. Makes sense. And Eva says, the majority of my reads are not people who know or follow me. That is interesting to know. That is really interesting to know. I like how easy it is to discover new things on Substack. I have been debating switching to Substack for that reason. Because I've heard that it's much easier to get new people on Substack because Substack learns what you like to read and then starts recommending stuff to you. So Eva says Kickstarter is an entirely different beast, but sounds fun for those who are prepared. Yeah, I can't handle marketing. There's no friggin' way I can handle Kickstarter. Every time someone starts talking about Kickstarter and asking if I'm going to do it, I start getting like hives. I'm like, no, there is no plans anytime in the future for Kickstarter. I have no desire to do Kickstarter ever. Now, watch me eat those words in like a decade. Watch me change my mind in like a decade. But at this moment in time, I have absolutely no plans whatsoever to do a Kickstarter. That just, every time I see people talk about how much work goes in behind the scenes of a Kickstarter, I'm like, that is not for me. And as someone who's backed a couple Kickstarters that have had issues with shipping, with products not being correct, with stuff like that, I've only backed one, two, three. I've backed 4 Kickstarters now, and they've all been different kinds. Most of them have been like D&D related stuff. My husband and I are talking about backing another one. He's got some money to play with that he's been thinking about backing another Kickstarter that is D&D based. And I'm just like, even just looking at it from the backer side, I'm like, that's a lot. Eva says Cheshire Pope on Twitch did well on Kickstarter, but they went in with an audience already. And see, that's the other thing. I have absolutely no audience comparatively to some people. Not big, but consistency and audience, and they are now a full-time writer paying the bills. That's awesome. I love that for Cheshire. Cheshire? Is that how it's pronounced? Cheshire Pope? They write a lot and edit and finish things. I can't do that part. I can write a lot. I mentioned a vlog. I will talk about this real quick, and then I'm going to stop reading comments here. This will be the last comment I go over before we start the next sprint because we got to get some writing done. But speaking of that, I'm very good at writing. I am not so good at taking the writing I've done, editing it, and publishing it. I have 30 plus stories that have some type of draft either completely written or mostly written. Like I'm at the 75% mark written. I have over 30 projects that are like that close to being ready. That's the reason I'm like focusing so much on editing and less on drafting because of the fact that I'm like, let's get these ready to publish and get them out. So, all right, I'm going to leave the comments there. I'll come back and read more after the next sprint, but we've been chatting for a bit and I want to start our next sprint. So, here is our prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. Again, you do not have to use it if you don't want to. And it says, Mom, there's a mob outside and they look really mad. So that's going to be our prompt for anyone who wants to use it. Again, you don't have to. And we're going to do 30 minutes starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that's time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I wrote words. Hold on, I'll let you know how many words. I should just like keep up the whatchamacallit. I use Scrivener to write, so I should keep up the show project targets box. Oh, I need to change this. It should say 13,000 is my goal. Because it is. And okay, I'll do that on the next sprint. I'll change everything else with it. I have written 687 words total, 378 words this sprint. So I've gotten some words in. It's starting to flow. I did first thing this sprint. I did change out my headphones because my other pair of headphones had a crack somewhere right here in the headphone set, and it was starting to like dig into my head. So it was starting to hurt. So I switched to an older pair that I actually prefer, but they do not like to connect to my computer with the audio jack. So I had to fiddle around with some stuff real quick before I could even start writing. To get it to register that these were plugged in. And now my head hurts less because it's like not piercing into my skull. And I actually prefer, these are fully round. I wish I could get another pair like this, honestly, because these are older and I am having trouble with them. But I got the other ones to replace them, and now I've accidentally broken them. So, oh well. Let's see. Looking at the comments, where did I leave off? Inca said Kickstarter is so intense. I've backed a fair few, but I won't run my own campaign until I have an entire team and an audience behind me. I like that idea. And that right there might be why in the future I may come back and do a Kickstarter, is if I have a team behind me and an audience to back me. I think that would be the only thing that would make me do a Kickstarter. And whether or not that happens, meh. Eva said, JP, I am going to mispronounce this name so hard. I'm so sorry. I think it's Rinflesh. The 9th. Do I know my Roman numerals? X is 10. X is 9, I believe. Is his name spelling? Okay. Cozy Queer Fantasy is their wheelhouse. Okay. Free Range says I'm dev editing right now and about to have a stroke. Don't do that. That's not cool. Dev editing can be hard, though. I fully understand that. Sarah says he's from my town. I don't know him, but he's from here. And Eva said JP's website, since I brought them up. Hope that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'll go check it out on the next sprint before I get started with the writing. Whoops. Hello. Scroll back up. YouTube jumped. Sarah says, I thought so, but I just went and double checked. And Eva says, yes, he's from Rockford too. He streams on Twitch very early, like 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. most days. And Sarah says he was at the book fair I went to. Oh, that's awesome. I don't even remember if I watched that. I know you posted a video that said that you went to a book event, Sarah, but now I can't remember if that's one of the ones I've watched. I'm still behind on catching up on YouTube. I got close to being caught up, and then a whole bunch of people posted videos that I want to watch. So now I'm behind again. I had to cut it down to like 50 videos left to watch, and now I'm back up to near 100 again. But I'm getting there slowly. You said that's cool. I've read one of his books, Mandrake Manor, and really enjoyed it. It's cozy romance, so it was very light, and so it didn't bother me too much. I don't really read romance at all. Okay, bother me too much. Okay, the story was fun. It got me out of a slump way back then. Nice, Eva. Congrats. And JC is here. Hello. Beth is also here. Hello. Eva says, I'm failing over here, trying to make Saturday content cool without doing anything other than edit. Not filming more, not making more spreadsheet calculations. Somehow I feel like I have no stats, but with enough text and stickers, it'll be fine. The real, I mean. Okay, fair. Eva saying, hi, JC. Inca says, well, I hope my readers wanted to be swamped with photos for my holiday because I have no self-control. One of the things I'm trying to get better about is when I'm out and about, handing my phone to someone and saying, hey, can you take a picture of me? Because when I'm out and about and doing things, I take a ton of photos. But I don't ever, especially like if I'm out and about with my family, I'm the one taking all the photos, so I'm in none of them. And I'm trying to get better about handing my phone off to someone, whether it's someone in my family or someone else, and saying, hey, can you take a quick photo of me doing whatever? Am I really getting good at that? No. But am I trying? Yes. Because I'm like, I'm doing the things I want to be in some of the photos. And I'm not one of those people that when I go out and about, I bring like a tripod with me so I can set it up and take pictures of myself. Maybe that's what I need to do is just bring a tripod. I also need to get maybe one of those clicker buttons where if you have a camera, you can click a button and take a picture kind of thing. I don't know, but I'm trying. Failing, but trying. But yeah, I imagine if I went on holiday, I'd take a bunch of pictures too and be like, have at them, y'all. Everyone's saying hi to everyone. Free Range says, I fell asleep in my chair and my right ear pod fell out. That was last week and it hasn't turned up. It lives in the upside down now. Oh, quickly. That makes sense. Yep. It is gone forever. Eva says, I've learned a lesson of posting too much. My followers and friends who don't engage see me less. Some may even hit unfollow or see less because of how much I share, and there'll be another post soon, I guess. JC said, Tamara, I don't know that I've signed up for your newsletter. Can you share a link so I can sign up? Yes, feel free. If you've got wrench power, share all the links. Oh, that's right. This is a different set of headphones. I almost pulled out my headphones trying to move it around. Okay, let's see. Let me read Eva's text together. I've learned a lesson of posting too much. My followers and friends who don't engage see me less. Some may even hit unfollow or see less because of how much I share. Followers and friends scrolling past is more harmful than strangers scrolling past. Oof. Inka says the newsletter has so many photos, it's 8 weeks long. You're googly moogly. Is there a way you could post like a couple pictures to the newsletter itself and then maybe include a link to like an album? Like you put the photos, if you use Google, I don't know what you use. If you use like Google Photos, you can create an album of the entire trip and maybe post like a couple of your favorites in the newsletter and have them link back to an album with the rest. Is that something that you could possibly do to make it easier for you? Maybe? Because this is an email newsletter, not a Substack, correct? I don't remember if you said you were switching to Substack or if you are on Substack. Now I'm mixing myself up. Let's see. And JC has the same question. Did you say you were on Substack? Eva says, if your own followers aren't tapping a reaction and leaving a comment, the algorithm takes that into account. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Free Range says that I'm not here much, so no pressure to remember, but just FYI, my name is Jen. Okay, I will try to remember. I am terrible with names, so apologies if I forget. Inka says I will be, but I'm still figuring out how to make it work for me, switching from to Substack. Eva Free Range is Hen Jen. I'll still forget, but hello. That's the link I've made. That's an interesting way to remember. And Jen says hi to Eva. Let's see. And JC says, I think I found you. Talking to Inka. Inka says, that is something I could do, but I've already done it now, and Gmail always cuts the arse off my emails anyways, so I'm just going to let it go. Fair enough. So what do you use currently for your newsletter? Do you you said Gmail, do you just straight send it from your email address? Like, I know that's a possibility. It's just I hear so many people talking about like MailerChamp and stuff like that now I'm like, what? And Inga says, yes, that's my account. There's just no publication yet. Fair enough. How does Substack handle it? For those who have a Substack and use it regularly, if you were doing something like Inga's talking about where you had a bunch of pictures, how does Substack handle that, out of curiosity? All the links. I'm just going to have all the links open in other tabs. Oh, ear itches. I don't know why. And Inka uses MailerLite. Okay. I'm currently using SendFox. SendFox is free up to, I want to say it's 5,000 subscribers. And what drew me to SendFox was the fact that once you hit that cap, you can buy another subset of subscribers. Like you can boost it up to like 10,000, and every 5,000 you get, you pay one lifetime fee, and you have up to that many. So like once I hit 5,000, I think it's $50. You pay $50, you have up to 10,000. Once you hit 10,000, you pay another 50, you have up to 15,000. I think that's how it works. It's either 5,000 or 3,000. I cannot remember which it is. And I can't remember the exact price point. I want to say 50. But instead of like a subscription that you pay every month, you pay that one fee and you have up to that many subscribers after you pay that fee. So that's what drew me into Sunfox and why I still use it, even though Substack might work better for me in the long run. I don't know. I haven't even played around with Substack. I don't even think I'm subscribed to a couple people on Substack, but I'm not on Substack enough to actually see what they post. And if I have them where I get a newsletter, a notification via email, I read what they posted via the email versus actually going to Substack. So I don't know. Everyone talking about that they subbed to different people. And JC says, I don't put a bunch of pictures in mine, so I'm not certain. I'm not sure. Like I put pictures in there, but not a ton. Okay, fair enough. Anika's saying, I'll come find you. I will find you and I will sub to you. All right. I have reached the end of the comments currently, so we're going to go ahead and do another sprint. Nixie has been blinking at us for a little bit. And I need to run to the bathroom, so this is perfect timing. So for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about, here's our prompt. You do not have to use it if you don't want to. And it says, he loved her like she was the sun, like he couldn't live without her light. It's true. But she looked at him as if he'd hung the moon in the sky every night just for her. So that is our prompt for anyone who wants to use it. Again, you do not have to. And we're going to start this sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, everyone, that is time. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I managed to write 228 words. I'm not going as quickly as I would like, but I keep doing other things, and that's part of the reason. However, the story is flowing, so I'm happy with it. I'm happy with my progress, and everything is working out fantastic. What is really stopping me is like this time I went ahead and I checked out those links that everyone was sharing, and I subbed to a couple people's Substacks. I actually had to set up my profile on Substack because apparently I signed up with my email but never actually created a profile. And not only did I do that, I signed up with the wrong email. I don't get it. Anyways, I fixed everything, but that took a bit of time during that sprint. And now here we are. All right, I've read one book by Timothy Zahn. Why does Kindle seem to think I want to read more books? Don't get me wrong. I like Timothy Zahn's writing, but he writes sci-fi, and I'm not a huge sci-fi fan. But this one says dragon in the title. Nope, it's still science fiction. I'll have to read through it. I'll have to read what it says. Anyways, this is like the fourth or fifth notification in the past couple of days from Kindle itself that says, you'll like this book by Timothy Zahn. It's not the same book either. This time it's a collection. Anyways, moving on. I wrote words. Words have been written. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go to the comments now. See what everyone else has been doing. JC coming in clutch. Say, have you? Talking about have I reached the end of the comments? And then she said, okay, I'll be good because you said you have to tinkle. I did also do that. I did go to the bathroom too. Let's see. And Jen said, was talking to JC, said, I found you on Substack, but the sub button isn't working for your profile. And JC replied back, oh, wow, really? Let me go see what's going on there. Thank you for letting me know. It says everything's working fine. I just had 2 other subscribers sign up, so I'm not sure what you're seeing on your end. Let's share a direct link to JC's profile. Maybe that's oh, okay, she already did. She beat me to it. If I scroll down, I would see it. Anyways, Jen says, I clicked subscribe and it just doesn't do anything. I'll try again. And Lainey said, hi all, working on final revisions on Act 2B today. Nice, congrats. Eva said, I'm adding math and numbers to this reel and questioning why I did Saturday. Okay, Eva, when you finish this and you post it, I need you to go ahead and link it directly to here so I can watch this specific one. Because I don't know what you're doing and I'm intrigued. Like I would like to know what numbers you're getting and spreadsheets you're pulling from and stuff like that. So I'm curious what Saturday is for you. So when you post that, share a link, please. She said, it's first of its kind for me, so it's okay if it takes me literal hours. On average, Eva, because you post a lot, on average, I got a couple questions that are going to revolve around this, because you're doing what I think I should be doing in the future. With everything you post, I have a bunch of questions. My first one is, how often are you posting? Because I see new ones every single day, but I don't know if they're like, I don't know if you're posting multiple a day or if it's just the way that, because I see you on Instagram, or if it's just the way that Instagram works. And I don't go on Instagram often. This is part of the reason, like, I don't know if you're doing this every day. I don't know if you're posting like one a day, multiple days in a row, if you're posting multiple times a day, multiple days in a row. Like, I'm curious how often you're posting and how many posts you're making each day that you're willing to take hours to do a single post. That's just mind-boggling to me for like reels. Like if it was a long video, I can imagine that. But you're doing reels, and so that's got me curious. I don't know. Okay. Inca says, I completely zoned out that sprint. Need to get this newsletter done because I have a new release. I had a new release yesterday. Technically, my 20th book out. Feel free to share a link to your book, Inca. Let me fix it so you can. Hold on. Let me fix it so you can. Add as moderator. I don't know the difference between standard moderator or managing moderator. So hopefully you can share a link now. Hopefully it changes so you can share a link now. But yeah, feel free to share a link to your book. We like supporting other authors. Renee asks, so is Substack easier than through somewhere like Wix? I don't use Wix. I do not like Wix. I know why I don't like Wix. Wix is very easy to use, and I understand that. But I do have a background in web design, and I cannot make Wix do things that I wanted to do. Wix is very drag and drop play kind of thing, and so like when it doesn't do what I want it to do, it irritates me. So Wix is just not for me. So I have no clue what to do with Wix as far as like how to use it. I refuse. Sorry, I have no help there. Hopefully someone else in the chat is able to help you because I can't. Eva says, okay, I'll share it. Y'all don't laugh at me unless you also hit the laugh react though. And JC says, Eva posts very frequently and I love it. And Eva replies, Eva says, the daily micropayment posts are the first consistent posts I've done. Today is day 8. They take under an hour to create and share until today. I should post 2 to 4 days a max. 2 to 4 times a day a max, but I post 5 to 8 times. Okay, interesting. Instagram doesn't see all of the reels or any of the text posts due to monetization on Facebook, but not on Instagram. Okay. And YouTube just jumped. Give me a second. Jen says, got it sub. Thanks. I also accidentally subbed to some random JC Carpenter. Whoops. Everyone's saying hi to each other. Eva says, how much are you making off books to spend so much time on them? It's art, you know. That's how it feels for me. For now, my hobbies and fixations shift from the wind, with the wind. Was that a question for me or just like something in general you were saying? Because I'm not certain. I spend a lot of time writing books, but I also know it's just a hobby. Like I would be writing books even if I wasn't trying to publish them. That's why I have so many written and not published. Even like yesterday, I was doing sprints with JC, or this morning, early this morning, like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I was just reading through old stories I've written that are not finished. And I was like, da-da-da-da-da, gets to the end. I'm like, where's the rest of it? Yelling at myself because I wrote them. I'm the one that can fix it. I'm the one that can write the ending. But I enjoy doing that every once in a while when I go back and read my own work. And the stories are terrible. Don't get me wrong. Some of them that I wrote like years ago where I did write either completed or 3/4 draft are like, it's not even that they don't make sense. It's just that they're first draft material. And I'm reading them, I'm having an entertaining time. I am enjoying myself thoroughly. And then I get to a point where it's like cut off because I never finished writing it. And I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? So I'm not making anything from my books. In fact, I haven't had, I'm only published on KDP, and I have not had a KDP payout since last year. Because again, I don't market my books. I don't advertise them. I don't do anything to promote them. I've only got so many out, and they're all like starters of series without the series being finished. So like, it's not doing anything for me yet, but that's about to change. Like but the reason I'm like working on the stories I'm working on is that I've got plans to like start publishing a series of short stories starting in June. So like I will have stuff coming out soon. And so some of my stuff will change, but like I can't imagine still taking an hour to do social media when I don't enjoy social media. I like the writing portion. I don't like promoting. I do not like the promotion, the marketing, and all that fun jazz. And I think that's where part of the difference is as well. And JC says, Jen, I'm sure they will appreciate it. Eva says, I'm making negatives on my books. Shh. I'm not making negatives, but I ain't making positives either. Okay, JC says, managing moderator has more power than standard moderator. Okay, that makes sense. I just don't know. Okay, that makes sense. I'll have to look at it further. I'm very much the kind of person that I have to see a side-by-side of like, what can the managing moderator do versus the standard moderator? And its little description does not help me. So thank you, JC. That helped. Inka says, thank you. This one is Vampire Ghostbusters meets Night. Okay. Love Ghostbusters. Love Knives Out. this sounds like a book for me. So let me click that link and open that and come back to the chat. I will check that out and add the next sprint. That sounds like something I'll enjoy. Ah! Sorry, YouTube just jumped again. Eva says, I really, really enjoyed Wix and I loved it and mastered databases and things, but I dropped them when I saw they were an Israeli company. Womp womp. Oh, that sucks. So I don't know anything about them now. That was years ago. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Gay Vampire Ghostbusters. Oh, I am here for this, Zinka. Eva says, there's more than what JC? What? Jen says, I get that about Wix. I have a background in graphic design and can't do Canva, even though it's popular. See, okay. Jen knows exactly where I'm coming from. If you have a background in graphic design, and Canva is the same thing. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I did not have any background in graphic design. I'm terrible at graphic design, but I love Canva. But now I'm like, you're absolutely right. Canva from a graphic designer per background sucks so much. You can do a lot with Canva, don't get me wrong. But if you're so used to like creating everything by hand and putting it exactly where you want it, there's no comparison. It sucks. Oh, I am so sorry, Jen. JC says, oh yeah, Eva, there are lots more, but none like me though. You're absolutely right, JC. We love you. Oh my goodness, YouTube, would you stop? Can I get through the comments? Please? Thank you. Then you can jump. YouTube is determined not to let me read anything. Tamara comes in and says, I'm in between newsletter platforms at the moment. I was going to use Substack, but I think I'll use that more for nonfiction writing. At the moment, it's a blank page. Tamara, for a while there, you were using Medium, right? I know for a while there, right? I feel like Medium and Substack appeared right around the same time as each other. And Medium was very popular, very talked about for a little bit there. And then Substack got blown out of the water. I don't know. I feel like they popped up at the same time or roughly around the same time. And while Medium was talked about for a little while, as soon as Substack became more popular is not the word I want to look for. Wide range. As soon as more people started talking about Substack, it became more knowable. I feel like Substack blew Medium out of the water. But I feel like they're almost the same thing. Their original intended purpose is the same, I think. I could be wrong because again, I haven't really used either one. I now fixed my Substack, so it's available. But yeah, I'm curious the difference between Medium and Substack because I thought they were pretty much the same thing. Eva says, oh, the how much do you make on books thing was the answer to how much do I make on reels to spend so much time on them. Oh, okay. The answer is irrelevant, I guess. Okay. Got it. But also I get payouts twice a month. Most are low. My next one is just under $10, for example. But I've made 3 digits in the most recent month, and it pays for my CapCut and Canva. Congrats, Eva. That's awesome. I have never used CapCut. My daughter uses it all the time for her Gotcha Club videos that she makes for YouTube. And it jumped again. Give me a second. JC says she also loves vampires too. I do love vampires. I have a series, one of my published series that has 2 books out of 4 is part of a universe as well with 3 different series, each with 4 books each. This particular series focuses on demons that look and act a lot like vampires to the point where they have been mistaken for vampires over the years. But the next series I want to write in that same universe is all about vampires. I love me a good vampire. I don't know which I love more, vampires or werewolves. I think I love werewolves more than vampires. But shifters are my favorite. I'm just going to blow everything out of the water. Shifters are my favorite species to write about because they can be any animal. And I have a lot of fun with that theory. Eva says, content creation is working for me to actually do the things. I always said for years and years that I wouldn't do content for how much time it takes, but I have that time now. Oh, that's awesome. We need long breaks on the 12-hour stream. Yes. Stretch breaks, yes. And JC says, I love Canva. Yes, same. I love Canva too. I just realized that from a graphic designer person, Canva sucks. Just like how I feel like from a web design background, Wix sucks. That's all I was saying. Because I love Canva too. I absolutely adore Canva. But I am terrible at graphics. Even says, I love Canva and CapCut, both. I don't use AI, but I do love the accessibility. Right? Exactly. Inka says, FYI is cheapest at my shop, which is the first link. 13 Club. Nice. Eva says, it's like pro writing aid for proofreaders. Things change. Jumps. Thing jumps. Things change. Thing change. Jump change. Fingers is slow today. Apologies for typos. It's fine. I promise. But honest, just remember this as always, because I don't have the desire to backspace. Thank you. One day I will get caught up on the conversation because YouTube just jumped again. Tamara says, I still use Medium for fiction short stories. Eva says, I was curious about Medium too. Substack is more nonfiction. Okay. Tamara says, Substack has more of a social media aspect to it than Medium. Okay, that makes sense. Eva says, think TED Talks and docuseries. Fair. Tamara says, Medium feels more like a collection of zines. Zines. I don't know how you pronounce it. I pronounce it zines, like magazines. And Eva says, Medium is a sitcom series. I love that description. It's a sitcom series. Jen says, I'd love to put my novel on Substack a chapter at a time, but haven't decided between indie and trad. If I pre-publish, I'll never get an agent. Indie is backup if no agents bite. I currently am indie. I was trad published with a couple different small presses in the past. The main one was one that had I don't have nonfiction books. Why'd you say that, Skye? The main company I was with had my fiction books. I have one of the two that they had published out now. I'm not actively working on, but the next one I need to work on is the second book in that series. They were originally with a small press that closed its doors, and then the other ones, with the other companies I've been with, were doing like anthologies. And I have the rights back to all those stories. The series I'm working on was originally one of the short stories in an anthology that I kind of lengthened and am creating an entire, not only series, but universe with. So fun facts there. And I waffle back and forth on whether or not I want to try to go trad again. Part of me thinks it would be great because I would love to have that that connection and that network. And then another part of me sees, especially like lately with all the talk of AI stuff, and like one of the main companies I have supported in the past because I love reading their books is Harlequin. We used to call them old lady smut when I was working at a used bookstore, and they were like a dime per book. No, they were 25 cents per book when we were selling them at the used bookstore, and we would sell them like hotcakes. And I read them too. Don't get me wrong. I love a good Harlequin, but they have been changing their models so that they're doing AI translations, which I do not appreciate. And they have also added in, they sent out, I don't remember if it was a newsletter or if it was a web article. They mentioned that they're going to start doing like AI web series based off their romance stories for those who want the visual versus the audio. And I'm just like, motherfuckers. So I'm irritated. It's great. And now I'm like, I don't know if I want to go trad because I don't want to take that chance of signing a contract with a company who then decides that they are going to go an AI route. I'm just like, ew. No thanks. So I probably, as much as I would like to go the trad route, I am probably going to just stick with indie and just deal with it. It'll be fine. Eva says, CapCut got me for the user-friendly phone and desktop combo. Nice. Tamara says, you make 3 figures using what? And I missed that part. Eva has Facebook content monetization, which is awesome. Like, I thought that was difficult to get. So go, Eva. Awesome. Low three digits now. Let's not get too excited. Like literally 105. Hey, money is money. Take it and run. JC said no because I don't think that Medium can be used like a newsletter, and Substack but it also can be used like a blog site as well, as it has that video feature and an aspect that can be like a podcast. Okay. Inca says I have angels, demons, vampires, shifters, werewolves, hybrids, witches, and ghosts in the world. I couldn't pick just one. Inca, we're gonna be great friends. We're gonna be great friends. Because you just named all of that. The only thing I have not written about, and that's more because like I don't think I can accurately do it and make it work, is hybrids. So otherwise, you've just named everything I've written about, either in the past or currently. And I've like the story I'm writing deals with an orc. So, Eva says yes. Substack can host a podcast, video series, a Patreon level paywall situation, newsletter, etc. It can go to mailboxes or not. You can have more than one publication too. Nice. And JC says people write fiction on Substack too, though. Eva says yes, but I haven't heard any big success stories or read any fiction on Substack myself. Okay. YouTube, you do not like me. Please stop. Tamara says, hey, that's still money. A little extra can really come in handy. Exactly. Ava says, I only just started monetized since the final week of January. Yes, that's scary. General population don't see AI as anything different than a meme, right? Just this thing that exists now, which is sad. And she made a sad face. Jen says, my deciding factor between indie and trad is I'm one of those poors. Fair. Would take some fundraising for publishing costs, so I'd love an advance. Heard the trad horror stories. Yeah. All right. I'm finally going to make it to the end. I'm going to make it to what I see currently, and then we're going to start the next print. Eve says, Facebook changed things. It's not hard to get if you go into pro mode and do what it says. I don't get but 1 to 3K views a day. I don't have 1.5K followers. Okay. Jen says, you keep all your profits with indie, but I have genius author friends who haven't made indie money. 100% is 100% of 0 I'm right there, Jen. That's me. 100% of 0 Exactly. JC says, that's a lot, Eva. Well, to me, it's a lot. And Eva says, pro mode pushes you out more, and sprint mark. Yes, thank you, Eva. Shishka phone. I have it on vibrate, and I just got an email. All right, cool. That's an email I can ignore. Let's do a sprint. That's what we're here for. We're here to do some sprints. I will come back. I see your sprint mark, Eva. Thank you for that, because that's going to tell me where I can start reading comments from next. So we're going to do a sprint, then we'll come back and chat some more. So here we go. Here is our next prompt for those who want to write but don't know what they want to write about. And it says, there's a ghost outside the window. And not just any ghost, but a ghost horse. I'm a horse girly. I had to include that. The Preakness ran today, and probably it's either running tonight or it's running now. I don't know when it starts. The second leg of the Triple Crown. I'm going to try to find out when it's running so I can, if I haven't missed it already, so I can see it live. Because even if we do this 12-hour marathon, I would like to watch it. Anyways, that being said, let's do this. Starting 30 minutes, starting in 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, that's time, everyone. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. That's what it's due. I had to finish up a sentence. I always seem to be like mid sentence of a longer sentence whenever the timer goes off, which is fantastic, I guess. But it does make it a little difficult. This is the first sprint where I spent the whole sprint actually writing. I wrote 992 words, bringing my total up to 1,907 for the moment. So I'm finally hitting a groove, which is great. And I am giggling myself silly because I have added a trope into the story that I didn't think was going to pop up at all. And it's fake dating. And I love me a good fake dating, but I never saw that happening in this story. With short stories, I'm very much a discovery writer, and I knew the basic premise of what the story was going to be about. But part of the reason I've struggled to write this story is that I didn't know how to do it. I knew what got the characters where they were in the time of the story starting, but I didn't really have like a middle and end planned out other than the end being the couple gets together kind of thing. And now that I was like trying to figure out what to do with these characters, I was like, oh, this trope fits so well. And I'm like, this is beautiful and I love it. I'm here for it. So that's where we stand with that. All right, going to the comments. Let me find that comment where Eva put sprint marker or something to that effect. Do sprint mark. Yes, there it is. Okay. Jen says, I think I would use Substack for marketing to get eyes on the work. Eva says, I'm using Facebook for reach. Yes. If I had known this back in the day, the money for that fundraiser I helped coordinate for my Tennessee family. I wish I'd known. So yes, look into pro mode. I will have to look into that when I get to the point where I'm ready to do advertising. I am not there yet. Laura is here. Hello, lovely. Sneaking in while at work. I'm covering the front desk. Congrats. That is awesome. Sneaky, 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 sneak, 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 sneak. Do. All right. Eva says, no one sees your stuff anymore, right? Because Facebook isn't for you to talk to friends anymore. It's to be in groups to see ads or to scroll. Yes. I actually do not. I have a Facebook. And legit, the only thing I do on Facebook is I say happy birthday to friends. I have a calendar, one of those, I don't know, it starts with a P. I don't know the exact word for it. Is it over here still? No, I've moved it somewhere else. Okay, it's not readily available to me. Oh, wait, it might be right here. Just kidding, it's not. Okay, I don't know where it is. I have one of those calendars, perpetual, I think is the word. Yeah, perpetual calendar. I have a perpetual calendar with everyone's birthdays. And so, like, I don't necessarily go by what Facebook tells me, but if Facebook's like, this person's birthday today, I'm like, happy birthday. But I use it for that. I use it for messaging people, and I use it for sharing memes as they pop up on my feed. I don't tend to scroll Facebook that often. Instagram is where I scroll, and TikTok is where I scroll. TikTok especially. I don't post anything to TikTok. I haven't posted anything to Instagram in over 2 years, but I definitely scroll Instagram and TikTok. So there's that. Inka's off to dinner. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you for joining us, Inka. Have a great evening. Laura says, I've survived my spring semester. Congratulations. That is awesome. Signed up for summer. I should see when the start date is. And everyone's saying hi to each other. Laura says, June 15th to July 25th are the next 2 classes. That feels like a short time. Or is this another one of those classes that, like, it's shorter and it compresses everything into a shorter time span? Is that what it is? Laura says, I have a month of no school? What am I supposed to do with myself? Just a hint, Laura. But maybe work on some stories. Maybe work on some YouTube videos. The world is your oyster. You can do what you want with a month to yourself. I mean, I'm so excited for you, though. I'm glad that you I'm glad that you completed your spring semester. And you've already signed up for your summer one. I'm so proud of you for that. You're doing amazing. Oh, let's see. Jen says, y'all got me using sprints to play with Substack. I'm sorry. 992 words in 30 minutes. Yes. Once I hit a groove, I can write words so quick. it just depends on my mood and what's going on and how into the story I am. And now that I've hit the groove and now I know where the story is going, it'll ebb and flow throughout the day. But that's why I said at the beginning of the stream, I was like, I think I can finish this story because it's a short story. I think I can finish at least the first draft of this story today during the 12-hour marathon, depending on how many sprints we do on Steph's stream tonight. But her streams tend to be more chatty, whereas mine are more about let's get things done. It's been really weird that mine have been so chatty because usually mine are not as chatty. Usually mine are like, let's do this, let's go, go, go. But I've been loving the conversation. I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm just so used to having less conversation and more productivity on my streams. But yeah, that was why I made the comment at the beginning of the stream that I was like, I should be able to get 13,000 words done between today and tomorrow. So this is how I can get 10K days when I've done several 10K days where I've done like streams for them, but I've also done 10K days where I'm like not on stream and just writing. And once I hit a groove, I just turn off the timer and just go. And that's how I've been able to accomplish those kinds of things. So yeah, that's not unusual is what I'm getting at. I type really fast. And actually, I've been having trouble with this keyboard. I'm using an external keyboard for my laptop. That's why I keep turning this direction, then my laptop's over here. But the keys, I've just recently cleaned it because some of the keys were sticking because I had spilled soda on it accidentally at one time. And I cleaned them up, but there's still, some of the keys are still sticking. So I think it's time for me to look into a new keyboard. I have my eye on one. I just don't have the mic for it yet. So sometime in the future, I'll have a new keyboard and I might type even faster. Tamara worked on landing page on Kit. What is Kit? Out of curiosity. Looked into Facebook monetization. Nice. Yeah, that might be, when I get to the point where I'm ready to market, that Facebook monetization probably will be something I look at, as well as, can't you get monetized on Instagram as well? I know it's harder than Facebook. Facebook was always easier to get monetization on than Instagram. I don't know why, but I feel like you could. Correct me if I'm wrong. Eva says, I decided to make graphics for this video, so it'll be done soon. You've got this, Eva. You've got this. You have more patience than me, I will say that. Pro mode isn't monetization, but it puts you on the list. 500 followers for 30 days in promo, and you are open for stars already, too. What is the significance of the stars? Wait, are those like the verification things that's on, I think it's on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it? The, like the blue check mark on Twitter? Is that what you mean? But is that what stars is? You can tell I have no idea what you're talking about. Until you started talking about pro mode, I didn't even know that existed. Like, I didn't know what that was. But I can't remember the last time I was on my Facebook page either. Stars are 1 penny. Interesting. Okay. Microtransactions you can gift to creators. Ah. That's why you're doing the experiment, the microtransaction challenge. Okay. Now I understand. Because I was wondering about that. I watched some of your videos where you were talking during the experiment, or the challenge, but I haven't been paying enough attention to what you've been talking about in them. I need to go back and just like watch them again. Oh, excuse me. Eva says, yes, so I've always just gravitated to Facebook, so I'm not recommending it per se. It's just nice that I'm getting paid now for what I was already doing, and now it works for accountability. Fair enough. Congratulations. I'm glad it's working for you. Like, I'm not digging at it. I just don't know enough about it because I don't use Facebook for that much. I don't use Instagram at all except for messaging a couple people. I'm in a couple of different group chats in Instagram, and I like ignore them for the most part because I'm like not active on Instagram either, like at all. And on TikTok, I don't post. I literally only have TikTok still because that is what my sisters use as a messaging program. We were using Facebook Messenger. I don't remember why we switched from Facebook Messenger, but they decided to start using TikTok. And I legit get on to doom scrolling on TikTok because I'm reading messages from them and then just keep scrolling. That's why I do that. Otherwise, I don't think I would have a TikTok either because I have no desire to do TikTok at the moment. My micropayments use engagement but aren't made with monetization. This video may explain it. Okay, cool. I'm really looking forward to this video you've been working on. I'll get it done by midnight for sure. You got this, Eva. JC says, Eva, have you given any thought to maybe doing a video explaining how Facebook monetization works? Just curious. And Tamara said, Kit is a newsletter platform. Okay, I thought that sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember. What were you using for newsletter before, Tamara, or is Kit what you've been using and you're just making sure it's set up correctly now? Eva says, Simple Sierra on TikTok and others are where I got my micropayment influence from. Funny story, my sister's name is Sierra. One of my sisters' name is Sierra. And JC said, oh, I didn't even see that comment. Oops, it's okay. So, alrighty. They've made it to the end of the comments that I can see. We've still got 3 minutes. The one where she said the video might explain it. Okay. Eva says the video won't explain monetization. I haven't considered it, but maybe sometime. I'm just guessing now, to be honest. Fair enough. Right now, the only place I'm posting anything to is YouTube. Like, that's where 100% of my spell slots are going. YouTube and writing. That's all I spend my time doing these days. I've added a lot more YouTube stuff because I've added the gaming stream. That's what I want to use Meld for, is the gaming stream, to be honest. And then the other thing... I have set up my Patreon. I have Ko-fi that I need to finish setting up with the monetization tiers, membership tiers. That's sort of what I'm looking for. So I need to do that. And then I need to start actually writing content to post to Patreon. So Jen says, I'm monetized on both my Facebook profile and page, but still have no idea how to make money with it. Fair. And JC says, Eva, did you tell everyone about the group you started? Excuse me. Eva says, I want to do all of it. I'm having so much fun with the algorithms, but the accountability is making me get things done, so I don't have time to do all the things suddenly. Tamara says, I don't use enough of anything to make money at this point, but I need to get there. I need extra cash, like everybody else. Fair. Eva says, no, because I'm not keeping it. I had a co-admin and already told her to. We're like, never mind. It's already so time-consuming. That is one of the reasons I never started a group on Facebook. I debated it for a while there, back when everyone was like, groups are the thing. And then I was like, nah. Eve says, join groups that you naturally fit into with your content and share posts there too for views. Reels get more followers. Okay. Oh, and JC said, maybe a self-imposed challenge will help you get better at doing the things. I need to make like a day that's just for different tasks. Like Monday is currently an admin task, but my admin tasks these days are just like YouTube related stuff because that's where I put all my stuff. If I'm not doing YouTube stuff, I'm doing newsletter stuff, but that's only like one Monday out of the month. But for like the fact that I want to post to both Patreon and Ko-fi, and I need to figure out what kind of stuff I'm going to post there, and then I need to actually create the content to post there. So maybe I just need to make a day that I do that kind of stuff. Like this day is going to be for Patreon Ko-fi stuff. This day is going to be for admin. This day is going to be for YouTube. I kind of do that. It's just I need to add more things into my schedule, basically, is what it comes down to. Tamara says, I used to use MailChimp, but now I'm out of the free zone. Oh, okay. Oh, congrats. Eva says, it was going to be about how to improve their content reach, because a lot of those creators are only talking about creating, but I don't know. It's a whole loop. Tamara says, for the app. Oh, free zone for the app. Okay. And JC says, I said nothing then. Mara says, I've been thinking about trying some challenges to get things going. Eva says, if you don't engage with other creators who create the content you create, if you don't engage with the other creators who create what you create, don't use your content creation profiles or pages to scroll at all. That's the tip I'll say I know is accurate. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I haven't even been on my page in a while either. Jen says, I wonder if monetization is the reason people keep rage posting about AI. That is possible. That is very possible. And Tamara says, my Ko-fi has never been fully set up. I need to figure out how it actually works. What I'm hearing, Tamara, is that you and I need to get together and have like a behind the scenes where we just mess around and play with our Patreon and Ko-fis. That's what I'm hearing. And I can pick your brain. And we could just do the work all in one day. That's what I'm hearing right now. He says the algorithm's main focus is to get every single person scrolling and seeing ads. That's the only thing I know. Only thing to know, really. Yes, exactly. That's why TikTok gets me. JC says, yes, that's what I hear too. Where's my soda? I put it down. Eva says, I love algorithm chat when I'm high. I gotta edit this dang video. All right, Eva, what I'm hearing is we need to do a sprint. And JC says, Skye and Tamara need a backstage meetup. Yes, we do. It sounds like. All right, let's do this. We're going to do another sprint. Let me switch tabs so I can get to our next prompt. Again, you don't have to write it if you don't want to. This one says, shh, listen. The dogs have stopped barking outside. Why did they stop barking? To me, this is like the start of a horror story. Because you know if your dogs bark at everything and anything and then they suddenly go quiet, something's wrong. So that is our prompt. We're going to start this sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I wrote more words, which is what this 12-hour marathon is supposed to be for me. Like, it is supposed to be for me to write out, knock out drafts and stuff like that. So I'm very pleased with that. I wrote 973 words, and I finished this chapter right as the sprint ended. So I am now on chapter 3, which is exciting. So that is what I did. How about everyone in the comments? How did y'all do? Let me go take a look. The last comment I remember seeing was from JC saying Skye and Tamara need a backstage meetup, and Eva was like, just do it now during the 12-hour stream. 12-hour streams are writing days for me. They are not planning days, and they are not discussion days. Like, my whole purpose during the 12-hour streams are to get as much writing done as possible. Do I get chatty in the breaks in between? Yes, but I do not want to use a 12-hour marathon for plotting out what to do with different social medias. I want to use it as writing, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Tamara says, I like to use Sundays to plan for the week. Same. I've even got a Discord where I do a 2 to 3 hour session in the evenings. We get on Discord and we basically plot out our weeks and then just basically have a good backstage chit chat too as well. It's been a lot of fun, but it's been making me make sure I get my week planned out and things get done. That being said, I didn't even look at this today, so I don't even know what was on my to-do list for today. It's Saturday. It's a new moon tonight, I can tell you that. 12-hour marathon, draft SS5, chapters 1 through 5. So I at least want to get through chapters 1 through 5. I am on chapter 3. You're good to go there. I need to read some more of Refuse to Be Done. We're not going to discuss that. And then I got Stephanie's stream tonight, as well as my stream. So that's what's listed on my to-do list for today. And I need to add that I want to watch the Preakness. I probably won't catch it live because it starts right around the same time as this stream is ending, and we tend to go over just a little bit. But I do want to try to catch it and watch it today. So that is fun. JCE also plans on Sundays, right? Sundays are for planning. My week starts on Monday. I'm one of those Monday start week people. Claire says, Skye, that sounds perfect. Shoot me a message on Discord. Let's make it happen. We'll do on the next sprint. I will open up Discord because I don't even think I have Discord open. I will open up Discord and send you a message. Eva says, exporting now. Lord, don't let me see anything to edit after this. That is always the case for me. I always find something to edit after I've published it. I recently did a video. I think it was actually my latest video where I was talking about translated books. And I realized after I had already published it, I think I forgot a book. Oops. And it's actually one of my favorite books that I've read recently. So, oops. I have to go back and actually check it out because I don't remember if I forgot it or not. Like I might be, I'm pretty certain I forgot it, but I might be misremembering. Let's see. Eva says, the content isn't worth the hype. Lower your standards, friends. It's all good. It's all good. We got you. Sometimes it's not about like the content. It's about the information given in the content. Just saying. Jordan has joined us. Hello, hello. Currently, it's just me on stream. Stephanie is currently at a book event that was planned, and we mixed up dates. It's fine. It's fine. She'll join me later. I don't know if she'll join me on my stream or if we'll be joining up on her stream. One of the two. Did you guys watch Lazy Town back in the day? I don't even know what that is, so no, I did not. Renee says I plan on Mondays too. See, I plan on Sundays, and I start my week on Monday, and I go Monday through Saturday is basically my week, and then Sundays are for planning. I don't actually make plans on Sundays. The only thing I've planned for on Sundays these days is that's when I do laundry, and I have to go to town to do laundry. So, like, and the girls have D&D. That's my only plans on Sunday, as long as those two things happen. It threw out my schedule the last week, I think it was, when it was Mother's Day, and we don't typically celebrate Mother's Day, but I was like, it's Mother's Day. I'm not going to do anything. So laundry didn't get done, and that was a mistake. that proved to be a mistake. Whoops. JC says, oh, shoot, I missed most of the break. No, you didn't. You joined back when you needed to. I always pause it when I catch it, and I've been doing really good today. I've been pausing it right at that 3 mark so we can have our countdown before we start the next sprint. Like, it's fine. Jen's asked how long we're going to be here today. I'm here until 5 p.m. my time. That is when this stream ends, and it's Mountain Time, 5 p.m. Mountain Time. And we're going to have an hour break, and then we're going to switch over to, if everything goes according to plan, we will switch over to Stephanie's stream at 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Yes, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and we'll do another 6 hours on her stream. That plan may change depending on how her internet is. She did mention earlier in the stream when she popped in to say hi from her event, she did mention that they're doing some construction stuff on her street, and that may affect her internet. So yeah, we may end up doing another stream on my channel is what I'm getting at, but I will let everyone know, because I will post I will let everyone know by the end of this stream whether we're staying on my channel or if we're moving over to hers. If we stay on my channel, I have to make a new stream because I only planned for one. Let's see. Eva says it's uploading. The break waits for us. Midnight. Yes, pretty much midnight. Jordan says about a town set in a cartoon world and how a lot of kids in the town are lazy. The mayor's daughter, Stephanie, comes to town. She changes all that. Interesting. Yeah, I've never even heard of it. Eva says, midnight for me, Central Time. Yeah. And Jen asks, this one says 12 hours. I'm kind of new around here. Welcome, Jen. Thank you for joining us. Yes, once a month, Stephanie and I get together and we do what we call a 12-hour marathon. We split it into 2 6-hour streams with a break in between. And we usually, one of us will host one and one of us will host the other. This is the first time in a while we've done it at this time of the day because we're both more of a night out people. I used to work nights, so that's why we scheduled it. It was usually starting at like 6 p.m. evening time and going on until the morning. We've shifted it 12 hours to be during the day this time. We may or may not stick with that. It just depends on how work schedules work out, whether we can continue to do that. And then our 12-hour marathons are we try to roughly put them around the 15th, the middle of the month. And the only time we don't do them is when we're doing some kind of other events. So like when there was the Storyteller's Hearth, we did not do one that month. We skipped that month. So if there's another major event going on in AuthorTube, we skip that month for the 12-hour marathon. Jordan says, being a superhero called Sporticus, who is like a superhero, he's also a fitness guy who lives in the big spaceship airship in the sky. Okay. Eva says, I wasn't laughing at you, but asking for Skye. But Skye is for being insane enough to keep doing 12-hour streams. Do you remember the time where like Steph couldn't join and we did like an hour-long break? We continued the same live stream. That's what I love about Restream. I couldn't do this with StreamYard. But I literally put up a timer for like an hour and we took an hour-long break and I just continued on the same exact stream. That's always a possibility. We might do that if it turns out Stephanie comes on and says, I can't stream, internet's being bad. That might be what we do. Let's see. Eva sent a heart and says the video shouldn't watch at all, but if you do, watch it all. And she sent a link. Thank you, Eva. We got it. And JC says, Late Town was a show that came on back in the day. You didn't miss much, Skye. And Jen says, thanks. I love long streams. Much easier for me to write with friends. Aww. And Eva says, it's just a smidge under 2 minutes long. Oh, talking about the video. Oh, look, I have 5 notifications on Facebook. Interesting. JC says, I remember that, Skye, the hour break. I slept during that break. It's like one of the only times. So we always plan for it. We always say we're going to do 6 hours on one person's stream, take an hour break, and then 6 hours on another stream. And I always say every single time, I'm going to take a nap during the break. I never do because Steph and I get backstage and just chit chat until the next stream starts. So the one where I streamed the entire thing, in the end, it was like a 13-hour long stream. And I did that 1 hour long break where I just threw up a timer, turned off my camera, and left. I did actually take a nap during that break. It's like the only time. But I was so dead at the end of that stream. I was so dead. All right. JC says, got the video pulled up in the other tab. Eva, same thing. I've got it pulled up in another tab as well. But I've made it to the end of the comments that I can see. We're going to start another sprint so that I can watch Eva's video, then I can get back to writing and start in chapter 3. So let me pull up our next prompt. I also have to rinse the bathroom. Should realize that. So our next prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about, you do not have to use it if you don't want to, says, when I get out of this hole, I am going to wring your neck, you pathetic little worm, and no one's going to stop me. So that's our writing prompt for anyone who wants to use it. You do not have to. And we're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I did a couple things, and then I wrote more words. I wrote 358 words, so less words this time. That's okay. Like I said, we're still making progress, and I'm still happy with what we're doing. I spent a lot of time trying to capture pictures of birds outside the window because that's the one nice thing about being in the library again. There's 2 trees that the birds like to land in, but I didn't have the window curtain open enough to actually take good pictures of them, and they kept landing on the far side so that branches were blocking my view. So I was like, did I spend an unhealthy amount of time trying to get pictures of birds that flew away as soon as I got like a good enough shot to take a pic? Absolutely. So fun times all around. That's okay. All right, looking at the comments, Jordan said, I can't because you get to meet new people and just get better information, better understanding, and I find I fit in more when I come to these live streams. And then they said, be right back. JC said, Eva, I have a question. Do you find more engagement with posting Facebook stories? Eva responded, I don't actually, but I wish I did. Facebook is currently really pushing stories. I have a bonus of 100% of my earnings. Like if I make $1 on stories, they give me another $1 bonus. But I haven't made 2 cents on stories yet, I don't think. My current posts aren't finding those who scroll stories, and that's what consistency would fix. I haven't found that yet, though, either. I haven't found that yet either. Jeez, I can read, I promise. And JC replied, interesting. I was thinking about starting to do a Facebook stories, but if it's not going to foster more engagement, then I don't know. Maybe I'll still give it a try, though. Eva said, I've seen other creators with a similar bonus, but with 50% or even 150% earnings bonus. And JC says, I feel another self-imposed challenge coming on. We like a good self-imposed challenge. Just saying. Eva said, it may because they are paying people to do it, which means they have ads wanting viewers on stories. And IG and Facebook stories can cross-post. Yes. Your posts can also cross-post as stories, though those don't earn the same. Eva says, I got some fresh air and decompressed from spending way too long looking at debt. Saturday reels can take that long, but the first one is always a bit rusty. And JC says, it was great, Eva. I did end up watching it during the sprint. I'm going to have to watch it again. I don't know what it is, but like you were talking and my brain was not computing words. Like I understood what was being said, but like wasn't, if that makes sense. I think it's just because I'm so focused on writing that numbers was just going way over my head. So that's on me, and I know it's on me. So we're good. I'll rewatch it later. I'll be like, what was she talking about again? I do like the fact that you were talking about debt and bringing down debt using the micropayments. So that's cool. That much I did understand. Someone is also trying to do the same thing. I have most of my all of my bills are on a credit card, and basically as soon as the credit card payment goes through for those bills, I have it auto drafting that same amount for bills back onto the credit card from my bank account. So he says, don't force a watch. I don't take it personally, Fran. I was more wanting to rewatch so I could see if I could understand more of what you were saying, because we've been talking about this during the stream, about the micropayments and stuff. And maybe I do need to watch some of your other micropayment videos to understand it better. But I'm just trying to use it as a way to understand the micropayments, especially because you were talking about stars earlier. And I was like trying to figure out how the stars work. And right as I was watching it, someone commented and said star something or other. And I was like, how did they get that badge? And I was like, I don't see anything about sending stars on my side. So I just thought that was really interesting too. I'm going to be more looking at it as a way to do research and figure out what you're doing, more so than just watching the video itself to understand what's going on. He says the micropayments will not do much for paying down, but what it is doing is reminding me that every little bit is something. Exactly. That is fantastic. Content creation could help me with paying things down, but we'll see how that goes. Okay. Honestly, you're already doing better than some of us who were like not even trying it all. You're trying something different and it's working for you. Yeah, maybe it's not getting you a lot yet, but it is working. JC says, "Oh, I saw the star thing where it prompted me to gift stars. I didn't get that prompt, so that's interesting. Maybe because I'm not active on Facebook. That could be it. I'm not active on Facebook like at all, and that might be part of it. I know JC, you use Facebook a lot, so maybe. JC says, I just don't have any money currently, but I would if I had some to spare. If I had it to spare. Again, makes sense. I just like you said that it popped up automatically. Mine did. It did not. Are you on mobile or did you watch it on desktop? Because I wonder if that's something too. The engagement isn't. Eva says the engagement isn't paying me at a penny per, even though I'm using that as the metric for payment. The entire reel is unlikely to earn me anything more than about 4 cents. Okay. And JC says, yeah, it's my preferred platform other than YouTube. Fair enough. My familia is on the way home. Kids both stayed at people's houses last night. Justin had work today, so that he is picking up one of the 2 kiddos to come home tonight. JC says, I watched it on desktop, but it prompts me on mobile too. Huh. I don't know why it didn't prompt me about sending stars. Eva says, bonuses are where my earnings come from so far. Okay, interesting. We're just going to use you as like an experiment, Eva. Not in a bad way. We're living through learning through you. You know how people say we're living vicariously through others? We're doing the same, but learning capacity through you, Eva. All right, I have come to the end of the comments I can see so far. And Nixie is blinking at me severely. That slow blink, the nose twitch. I forgot her nose twitches too. And JC says it could very well be because you're not active. Yeah, see, it might be. It might be. I don't know. Anyways, let's do this. We're going to do another 30-minute sprint. Do you need to go outside? Jester, do you need to go outside? Is that why you're standing by the door? Excuse me. All right, that sounds fair enough. I'm going to let her out. And we're going to do another sprint. Hold on. Let me get the prompt up. Again, you do not have to do it if you don't want to. It says, you can ride dragons. I don't know why you aren't more excited about that. That is not. Hold on. There we go. I fixed it. There we go. All right. So 30 minutes on the clock starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. That is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. Sorry, I'm trying to write a note to myself. Okay, there. I managed to write 616 words before I got distracted because the hubs and the youngest got home, and we were talking headphones and dinner plans and all that fun jazz, and ferrets because she stayed at her friend's house who had ferrets. And the hubs and I, eventually, we would love to have ferrets. We are not in a place in our lives where we can have ferrets without problems, but eventually we would like to have ferrets. And so, like, I'm super jealous that she got to spend time with some ferrets this weekend. Only a little jealous. Okay. I am starting to get hungry, though, so food is starting to sound delicious. I might eat on the next sprint. Trying to see where we left off, because I cannot remember. Okay, there we go. I see where we left off. JC said, oh, I'm definitely learning a lot through Eva. Gwynna, the winner, has popped in. Hello, Gwynna. Hi, all. In the depths of trying to take notes on all this coding classwork, something about it really just wasn't clicking. So now my weekend is all about it. JC saying hi. Eva saying hi. Eva saying hamburgers from the freezer and fries from the freezer for dinner. That sounds delicious, I'm not going to lie. We might have to do that for tomorrow night's dinner. So we would have to buy burgers at least, probably fries too. Eva says, I have now had lunch and dinner at the stream. Congratulations. Burger and fries. Yeah. And he says, my cat would not let me have a ferret. I'm more worried about the dogs, but I know that sorry, the dog's scratching at the door. They just went out, but they want to come back in already because they're brats. It would be something we would have to train them not to do because I'm more worried about, especially Jester. She hunts and kills mice, and I'm pretty certain she would go after a rabbit if we let her, which means she would probably no. The answer is still no. Anyways. I lost my train of thought. Train of thought derailed.
When does your train of thought never derail?
You distracted me. No, it's fine. Okay. Anyways.
I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm not.
You'd be lying. Love you. Where's she at?
She's over here.
Okay. It would be something we would just have to work on the dogs with, because I'm pretty certain Jester would try to attack a ferret, but we would have to teach her that the ferrets are off limits as far as like attacking critters, because Jester is a terrier, and terriers were bred for rodent hunting, which is why I'm really happy that she goes after the mice, since we have a problem with mice. Speaking of Jester, she's like right beside me now. Do you want to come up here? You want to say hi to the people? She says, no, Mom, I don't like it when you pick me up. Don't force her. Oh, that was rude. My little mouse hunter, who is very unhappy right now.
Who did a dirt roll.
Yeah, I have to brush her later.
Coated in dirt and leaves and
But pretty certain it's just something that we would have to train her not to do, that anything inside the house is off limits as far as like pets go. You know, cover her in ferret pheromones, force her to like the ferrets. And the only other one I'm afraid of is Ogre, because I'm not worried about the cats. We've got 2 cats, and I'm not worried about the cats because I don't know why. But I'm just worried about the dogs, because if Ogre sees Jester attack the ferrets, he will go after the ferrets. I don't think he'll go after them otherwise. Hi, Ogre. I think he'll be fine. He's just a big, lovable lug. So, anyways, all that being said, let me go back to the comments. Oops. I wasn't paying attention to the timers. First time, all sprints, all stream. Everyone's saying hi to each other. Jen said I did some edits and got peanut butter crackers because I didn't want to cook. That sounds like a winner. JC says I was going to do hamburgers and fries today, but instead I got pizza last night, which will also be dinner tonight as well, because the thought of cooking was not something my back loved. Fair enough. Gonna post shower snack and sat down to get another page of notes written while the hubs and kiddo nap. He says I need to make a page layout for my task list to print. That'll solve all my problems. Tamara says, found my author website has been corrupted, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. Yay. I am so sorry. That sucks. I need to do a full update on my website eventually. Oh, Pepper. That's what JC said. Eva says, I want to post things at 6, 9, 12, 3, and 6. I'm assuming 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12 noon, 3 p.m., 6 p.m. That's what I'm assuming. JC says, I was setting music to my video that sprint, almost done. Eva says, not on the same profile, but like sometimes overlapping. I have some pages I'm attempting monetization on also. The thing I'm posting are what I'm really doing, but the content creation is making me do it. I don't know. We'll see. Pizza is yum too. And Eva says, sorry, your back's hurting. My mom just got some new pain management. Her back pain is osteoarthritis up and down her spine. And Eva said, I didn't mean the question mark with that, JC. I'm all the way sorry you have back pain. I just assumed the question mark was a typo and moved on. I think on this next sprint, I'm going to get some food. We do have pizzas. We had pizza last night because we didn't feel like cooking. But there is still one pizza left because we didn't know that the kids were both staying in town last night. So we had bought an extra pizza for the kiddos. So I might share a pizza with the kiddo. We'll see. So which means during that next sprint, I'll put it in the oven and get that started. And then I also want to grab a Monster because I'm ready for some energy drink caffeine versus soda caffeine. Jen said, we barbecued the other day, and now there are flies in the house making me crazy. I am so sorry. I found a recipe last night for mesquite barbecue chicken. Mesquite marinated chicken. I don't remember what it was exactly. It was chicken wraps using mesquite seasoning. And I'm like, this sounds delicious. I want to make this. We have not opened up our grill for the summer yet. And that just sounds like a lot of work. And JC says, it's okay, Eva, I knew it was a typo. Tamara is making tostados. What are tostados? I wonder if that's the same thing as I'm thinking. There's something here called tornados, and it's basically just filling inside a tortilla that's rolled up, and the filling could be pretty much anything. So like the gas stations down here serve them. They make a breakfast one that's like egg and sausage or egg and bacon. And then they also have some that are like the lunch ones are like beef or steak and then something else, usually like cheese. And I'm just wondering if that's the same thing, like taquitos. Tornados are similar to taquitos. I don't know what tostados are. I feel dumb. Anyways, moving on. Eva says, tostados are my favorite. Renee is making chicken, broccoli, rice, and cheese casserole. Oh, that sounds delicious too. Y'all are making me hungry. I need to feed the belly. That's going to happen on this next sprint. We're going to start this next sprint soon. Eva says, I had refried beans once today, though. Like an open-faced taco, if I were to define open hard shell. Taquitos are also, yeah. Yes, they are. Like, I like taquitos. Why is my phone buzzing at me? I don't know. Anyways, all right, I've made it to the end of the comments. I am hungry now. We've been talking about food. It is like 4:30 in the afternoon for me. So it is time for another sprint. And for me, this sprint is going to be a food getting sprint, or at least a food setting up sprint. Because I made a mistake by not having something pre-made for today. So I did eat breakfast, though, and I've had a couple of snacks throughout the day. So, like, I'm not starving myself. I'm just hungry. So let's do this. Sprint and eat. I like that idea, Eva. We're going to leave off there. JC is telling me I need to go feed myself. We're going to do it. Sprint number 8. And here's our prompt for anyone who wants to use it. You do not have to. And it says, all this time, the dragons, the knighthood, the government setup, all of this, the dragons and knighthood, this government setup, is like something out of a fantasy book, and yet it's now my real life. Still hasn't settled in yet. That's our prompt for anyone who wants to use it, and we're going to start the sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that's time, everyone. Let me know how you did, what you did in the comments. I got some words written, but mostly I got pizza prepped. It's now in the oven, and on the next sprint, I'll probably be done. So I only got 174 words, but you know what? I'm sitting at above 4,000 words for the day, and I'm not mad about it. So I'm still in chapter 3. I'm going to be wrapping it up in the next sprint because it's like this close to being done. If I'd had like 5 more minutes, I probably would have finished it. And then I'll be moving on to chapter 4, which means I'm nearly done with my daily quota that I wanted to reach today. And I'm doing it during my stream. So that's awesome. Let's see. This is supposed to be a 6-hour stream. However, I did hear from Stephanie. And here's the thing. Here's where we're going to run into problems. Part of the 12-hour marathon is that we do 2 separate streams with an hour break in between. She does one stream, I do the other. However, she is not going to be able to make it. Her internet is down, and she got a notification that the next time it would be up is around 10 p.m. her time, which is a lot. It's like 90% through the 12-hour marathon. So we have 2 choices. We're gonna continue. We're gonna stay on my channel, but the 2 choices are: I can either put up an hour-long timer where we take a break and then come back at the top of the hour. I'll go ahead and stop this real quick. So I can either put up an hour-long timer for that hour-long break, or we can I can end the stream and then we'll start a new stream. I am good either way, so I'm going to leave it up to everyone in the comments to let me know if they would prefer that just an hour-long timer break versus a secondary new stream. So just let me know what you guys are wanting to do. But in the meantime, that's what I accomplished, and we're going to go ahead and read through the comments and see what happened with everyone else. So scrolling back up to where I left off, the last comment I remember seeing was Sprint and Eat from Eva. And Gwen was like, excuse me? Did you just ask what are tostados? Skye? And Tamara said, black beans, refried beans is so good. Black beans and refried beans is so good. And Gwen was like, no, ma'am, go to a restaurant right now. I can't go to a restaurant, Gwena. You are, okay, so for those who are unaware, I live in a teeny tiny town. There are a total of 6 restaurants, okay? Completely. 3 of the 6 serve the same thing. We have the Roadrunner Cafe, which sells burgers with fries, chicken tenders, and like the main staple meals are those burger and fries, chicken tenders, and they used to sell pizza. They no longer sell pizza. And my mind just went blank. I don't remember the thing I usually get. Crap. Not tostados. Tostados is not anywhere on their menu, is what I'm getting at. And then we have the Alibi, which is a pizza joint, and they also serve burgers and fries. The Alibi serving pizza is why the Roadrunner Cafe stopped serving pizza, and the Roadrunner Cafe is part of the bowling alley. Then we have the Griddle, which only serves breakfast and some lunch items. They close at 2 p.m., and they're not open on weekends. Then there's the Chinese restaurant, which is only open Monday through Friday, so not on the weekends. Then there's Pizza Hut and Subway. Those are our restaurant choices. None of them sell... Oh, steak was the other thing the Roadrunner Cafe serves. So steak, burgers and fries, and chicken tenders for those. Like, those are the main staple meals. They have some other things, but like those are the main staple things that they have, the most popular items, basically. So yeah, those are our choice of restaurants. No tostados anywhere on those menus. The closest restaurant that may or may not have tostados is an hour plus away. So I am not going to a restaurant, even if I could afford it. I like how everyone's laughing at Gwen about it. Eva said we had black bean burritos today. It's a struggle dish, so the most basic version. Fair enough. I remember you mentioning you had something like that. You said there was black beans, refried beans, cheese, and a couple other things. No idea what Eva's referencing. There is this. She said, "Was it a fart joke? I belch way more." Same thing. JC says Nixie has spoken. Whoops, it jumped. Hold on. Gotta scroll back up. Eva says I did things, but not really. Brett has joined us. Hello, Brett. I bullet outlined chapters 1 and 2 of Time Clones Book 3. Congratulations. JC said I finished setting the music to my video. Next step is to export it, which means I have to pull you up on my phone. I'm so sorry. You said poor Stephanie. Stephanie is home from her event. I did ask her how the event went, but I think she connects her phone to the Wi-Fi, and if her Wi-Fi is down, she cannot contact me back until later. But we'll see. Maybe she'll respond back. But she did go to the event. She messaged me during that sprint and said that she's on her phone because her internet is out and won't be back on until 10 p.m. So that is what is happening there. Let's see. Everyone's saying hi to each other. Brett said, I like your new glasses. I actually do not have new glasses. These are the same ones. They're just a little cleaner, possibly, because I found my cleaning spray, though I am almost out of cleaning spray. So he was said, I totally remember it. Foggy, froggy, ribret. Eva said, long timer. After every 4 sprints, it does a longer time. Oh, you mean, wait, long time. I don't know if that's in reference to Nixie or if you're talking about the timer in between sprints or streams. And Foggy, Brett says, yep, that's me. And JC said, I mean, it would still be an hour in between either way, right? So why not just run the timer for an hour? That's what I was thinking, but I didn't know. Maybe some people prefer a secondary stream. Eva says, catering side hustle, cottage law bypasses things like taxes and FDA laws. Oh. Do you cook? I do. I do very simple things that are cheap. Veggies are not cheap. I can tell you that right now. Plus, I am picky where veggies are concerned. Brett says, there are a total of 6 restaurants. I thought you were counting population numbers in your head. I live in a town where the population is less than 3,000. It's like right around 3,000. I don't know if it's a little over or a little under, but it's right around 3,000. Tamara says, I vote timer break. Eva says, nice selection. Gas station hot dog? There are gas station hot dogs. Yes, I forgot about those. I don't count those as restaurants, though. We got 2 gas stations that serve food. One only serves breakfast food. The other one serves food all day long. And again, your choices are burgers, and hot dogs. Brett says, I love how you know all the menus for the restaurants, and I'm like that with the coffee shops near where I live. When you don't have very many choices for a restaurant, you learn to memorize the restaurants, so the restaurant menus, so you can be like, what do I feel like eating today? And that decides where you go. He says, I barely know street names, but we have most chains within 20 minutes. Fair. Brett said, me? Sure, I can cook. I do a great boiled toast. I do a great chicken and chorizo pele from Pela? I don't know how to pronounce that word. I probably butchered it. I am so sorry. And my lasagna verde is incredible, but I don't bake. Eva says, that sounds fancy. I can follow a recipe, but that's about all I can offer. Oh, Eva, you were talking about a long timer for the break. Okay. It took me a minute. I got there. We're good. And Brett says, hey, Stephanie from the future, just want to let you know we all missed you. Glad your internet is fixed now, and we're watching this after it's finished. Hope to see you in the next one. I love that. And Eva says, aw. And JC says, aw. And JC said, FYI, it is now the top of the hour. And Gwenna says, I did another 2 pages of notes. Blech. I am so sorry. Okay, so it is the top of the hour, and we have been streaming for 6 hours now. So since everyone said long timer, and that's what I was leaning more towards anyways, I am going to stop sharing Nixie. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a timer via Google. Give me a second while I set up. Whoops, that's not what I want. Let me share that. Share screen. Timer. Share. That's weird. Good enough. Okay, so I got the timer up. We're going to take an hour-long break. Let me change my ticker. That's perfect timing because my pizza should be done in about like 10 more minutes. So this worked out perfect. I'll be able to. What? Shh, I'm not off. What do you mean I'm off? Is it done already? Oh, 20 seconds. Sorry. So my pizza's done now. That works perfectly. I'll be able to let it cool, cut it up, and eat it. Yes. Brilliant. Okay, we're going to take an hour break. See you when the timer goes off for more sprints. There we go. Let me add that. Show that. There we go. All right. Oh, I hear the timer. Let's see. Brett says, yay, Logitech trackball. I have the same one. I do too. I love it. It's so good. This one's by Nulia, though. N-U-L-E-A. Anyways, all right. I am going to leave that here. I'm going to put a, let me actually copy this. Don't know why I did that. Show that. We're going to copy this so I know where I left off in the chat. And there we go. All right, guys, we're going to take an hour break, and we'll be back at a little after 6. So see you when we return. We'll do more sprints for another 6 hours to continue our 12-hour marathon after these brief messages. All right, see you guys soon. Hello, everyone. We are back. Do. Bring up the timer again. Oh, that's huge. Hello. There we go. Okay. Hello. Welcome to the quarter of the internet. Let me see if I can fix this. She was screwing my stuff earlier. She messed up my stuff. There we go. Fix it. It's all good. Alrighty. Hello. We are back. It's time for 6 hours of sprints. Let's do this. Make sure it's actually. Did I actually unmute myself? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna go through these comments real quick because there's some conversation going on while I was taking a break. I ate Foods. I ate my pizza. I refreshed on drinks. I now have 3 more drinks sitting beside me, ready to be drunk. Which actually I'm gonna need to open one now because I'm thirsty. I hung out with the youngest for a little bit, asked questions, and then I ran to the bathroom, and here we are. Oh, I also finished the chapter I was working on because I was so close to the end. I was like, I want to finish this. I want to get this done. So I did. And now I'm sitting at 4,079 words for the day. So we are on target. I have 3 chapters finished. According to what I wrote in my handy dandy planner journal thingy, my plan was to do 5 chapters. So I literally only have 2 more chapters to finish, and I will have successfully done what I wanted to do today. But I want to get as much done today as possible because I would like to finish it up tomorrow. So that's the plan. We'll see what happens. Let's go check out these comments. Okay, first of all, let me change it to live chat. It's the first thing I always try to do. Failed miserably. Where did my last comment go? Alrighty. Starting at the top where I said break time. Brett said, wait, what happens now? We all go and have pizza at Skye's house for an hour and then come back afterwards to sit and procrastinate in the chat? Yes, exactly. Pizza party. I don't think she has enough for all of us, Brett, coming from JC. I did not, sorry. We had a DiGiorno pizza. The youngest and I shared it. It is all gone. Brett said, BYOP, bring your own pizza. Let's double the population of Skye's towns. You there? Y'all have way too much fun with this. Want me to pick you up? What? I won't get this pepperoni. I suppose we have to pick up some pizza with pineapple on it. Someone always ends up with pineapple on their pizza. That's enough to you, Mom. Bring some wedges. Wait, are you able to get the keg? Got extra room for you in the beer. Okay, everyone ready? Extra space. Thanks for Stephanie seeing you. Bad news, folks. I had to abandon the journey to Skye. Sorry, folks. No pizza party. I couldn't get my bicycle out of the garage. You were having way too much fun with that, Brett. Even decided to color for a while. Ooh, that would have been a good way to spend the break. I have color pencils. I have markers. I don't know if I have coloring books or pages. I could have printed one out. I have a working printer now. Ideas for next time. Actually, I do need to print out some coloring pages or figure out something because when we played D&D yesterday, and there's one person when we're playing D&D, she is crocheting the entire while. It's fantastic. I love it. But I'm sitting there like getting with we're in story mode now, and yesterday was a shopping spree, which is great, fantastic. I love a good shopping episode. But that being said, there was a lot of times we have a party of 6 people, and while there was some micro interactions going on that didn't involve my character, I found myself doom scrolling, and I would like to do something productive during those times. I was trying to journal a little bit. That didn't work. I was trying to, excuse me. I do have some loom knitting I could do if I wanted to, but that means pulling it out and keeping it nearby, which may or may not be a problem. We'll see. I could try doing that. Maybe next time. We'll see. I don't know yet. We'll have to figure it out. I have to find a hobby to do while we're playing D&D is what I'm getting at. Coloring might win it. Like I might be able to do some coloring stuff. Let's see. Brett said I decided to watch an instructional writing video. Well, it was an instructional video. Okay, it was a video. In fact, it was a whole load of shorts. Nothing to do with writing, so I procrastinated, but I intend to watch an instructional writing video, and that's what counts, right? And then here's the video that started it all. Thanks for the link. I did end up watching that. JC said, that's funny, Eva. I was getting ready to break out my coloring book while I waited for this video to export. And Gwyneth said, wowza, during that break, I got caught up with the rest of my class notes and finally managed to finish the coding lab. Oh my God, that took forever. And Brent said, oh, so that's why you never turned up. And Gwyneth said, I still have to spend tonight doing my history homework. While y'all come back, I'm going to actually take a break. Brent said, that's okay. Next time, folks, next time. Pizza party for one. Gwyneth said, thanks for keeping me motivated. If you're still going tonight, I'll hop back in. We might be. I don't know what tonight means for you, but maybe. And JC said, Gwyneth, she'll be here for 6 more hours once the break is over. Nice. Gwyneth said, just kidding. Checked our learning platform to make sure my grade updated, and I missed another essay due tomorrow for this coding class. Fuck my life. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gwyneth. And JC is also saying sorry. But you guys here for 6 more hours to keep you motivated for however long you need it, as you do. I said, oh, no, that's NAF, Gwyneth. What language are you coding in? Gwyneth replied, Python. Ooh, that's the next one I want to learn how to do. I learned SQL last year before. I think it was the year before, actually. Last year, I was originally going to learn Python. And then I was using Coursera for my learning program, and my membership expired, and I didn't have the money to renew it. So I did not. So Python got put on the back burner, as well as a couple other classes I was taking. I was taking a medical coding one, and I was taking the Python one, and I was taking 2 accounting and a bookkeeping one, and they are all on hiatus until I can renew my membership, because I was jumping around between each one as I felt like it. Let's see. Gwyneth said, learning this would have been so easy when my brain was still young and elastic. I'm so sorry. Brett said, I want to learn Python, but I'm too set in my ways with C++ and PHP. I haven't learned either one of those yet. Gwyneth said, now it's rotted with doom scrolling and motherhood and age. I actually have to study to learn it, right? Don't you miss the days when it felt like you just absorbed stuff with osmosis? You just like look at it and all of a sudden it clicked. You can't do that anymore. You actually have to study. I don't like it. I do like Brett's suggestion about gamifying it, though. Maybe you could do that. I will say this. When I was learning SQL, there was the course itself that I was taking. It was not through Coursera. It was through something else. But their instructional stuff was so confusing that I went to Khan Academy and did some stuff there. And then there was Khan Academy, which helped me a little bit. And then there was another site that I went to that also helped. And I cannot remember the name of the secondary site. What I'm getting at, though, is maybe you can find something like that, but for Python. That might help. Basically, I had to use other study materials to help me study the materials I was supposed to be studying. So, yeah. Eva said, nice working printers are fun. I just got back, did some stretches. Stretching is important. I did lots of walks back and forth through the house trying to do various things. Eva said, Gwen, you can do it. And Gwen said, I would absolutely take you up on the offer to share a keg right about now, Fred. Right? Eva says, I have weed, but the mister only has a couple of beers, I imagine. Nice work catching up, Gwenna. And then she said, oh, shit, Gwenna, I'm so sorry. Just listening to Skye catches up. Fair enough. I'm catching up, too. I did not once look at the conversation while I was gone. Except for, I saw a link and I clicked it to open up later, and that's always a YouTube short link, and I just watched it. That was the only thing I did. I didn't even read any of the messages. I just clicked the link before it was lost to the netherverse. Let's see. SQL, select from kegel beer. Limit 5, yep. Gwyneth says, I wish I could blame it on the instructional platform. It's honestly fantastic. It just makes me feel dumb. Oh, what are you guys using, out of curiosity? Eva asked, do you dog ear your books? My latest post asked that, and it seems I'm the chaotic one. I don't, for the most part. I'm one of those weird ones because I'm good with numbers. I hate numbers. I hate math. But I'm good with numbers. I remember the page number and just close the book. No bookmarks necessary. I know, I'm a weird one. I can't remember much else, but I can remember a page number. Don't ask me why. Gwyneth says, not not because it's hard to understand, but because it's easy enough to understand when I'm reading it. And then I try to apply it, and it's like none of it actually stuck to my brain. Oh, that sucks. Tamara says, my partner just woke up, going to hang out before he goes in for third shift. Good night, everyone, and happy writing. Thank you for joining us, Tamara. You have a good evening, and have fun hanging out with your partner. Good says, I've been coding so much, my keys are sticking. Oh, no. Gwenna is a dog ear through and through. Using Zybooks. Okay, I've not heard of Zybooks. I'm going to have to go check that out. Everyone's saying good night to Tamara. Eva says, it isn't to remember my place so as much as knowing I'm reading it at all. That's fair enough. I do have a couple books I have bookmarks in, not because I forgot where I was, but because I was like, I am currently sort of not exactly reading this. And those bookmarks have been in them for like a couple of years now. I literally packed a couple boxes of books the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, I was reading this at one point. And I only knew that because there's a bookmark in it. I use bookmarks when I know it's something that my kids might also read. And I want to, because of that, like if I give it to them to say, here, you might like this while I'm still in the middle of it, I will put a bookmark in my place so that they can read it, and just, I will know when it gets back on the shelf kind of thing. That sounds confusing, but I promise it's not. Basically, so I remember I'm still reading it, I see it back on my shelf again after they're done reading. Eva says, oh, good, we're the whimsical ones to Gwenna. A dog ear the top if I need to know where I'm at. A dog ear the bottom if I have something to say. Ooh, that's an interesting way of doing it. Knowing that, would you want me to dog ear your book that you wrote my copy if I were reading it? I don't care. If it's your copy, I don't care. Dog ear all you want. That's the one thing I don't get. I don't get why people are mad about what they do with their books. And I say that as someone, like, I learned in high school to annotate what I was reading. So, like, I make lots of commentary in my books, and I write in my books a lot. I write and I highlight. Nonfiction mostly, but every once in a while fiction as well, because like there'll be a specific passage where I'm like, this is so cool, and I'm reading it, and I'm like, I want to remember this, or I want to like study it later, kind of thing. And I write in my books, and I get so much hate for that. I'm like, why? It's my book. I bought it. Why do you care? Why do you care what I do with my books? So dog ear, write it, highlight it. I don't care. You can rip the pages out. You've already paid for it. I don't care what you do with it. That's just my opinion of it, though. And I feel like it's the wrong opinion according to a lot of people. Brent says it's 1:13 a.m. I have to be up at 6. Happy streaming, folks. Thanks for all of this, Skye. On High Future Stephanie, peace out and good night. Have a good night, Brent. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to get to the bottom of these comments real quick, and then we're going to start our first bit of this second half of this 12-hour stream. Let's see. Lots of good nights. JC is like, Gwyneth says, I dog ear at the top if I stopped at the top of the page, and I dog ear at the bottom if I stopped at the bottom half. That's a good way to do it. Eva says, books fill landfills, and so many were in pristine condition, I bet, probably, if they weren't burned, unfortunately. Gwyneth says, I write in it if I have something to say. Eva says, my books just aren't that special. JC says, I won't be mad if you don't tell me that's what you're doing with my book. And Eva says, if it is special, it's not even handled, let alone read. Right? Like, I have my physical books are my trophies. I've read most of the books on my shelf, but I read them in like ebook form. And so the copies on my shelf are not ones I'm reading. It used to be the opposite. I used to read nothing but physical, and then I would collect the ebooks if it was something that I wanted to read like on the go, but it was like a reread. And now I've switched it where I'm reading ebooks first, and I get a physical copy if it's something that I want to reread later or just have as like a book trophy. So I'm weird. But JC says, Skye, I feel judged because I am those people. You know. Judge me all you want. It doesn't change my opinion. Let's see. Eva says, I'll take a photo of your books I've read, JC. Content warnings in advance. No, I want to see a picture just to see how much you've dog-eared them. or how much you've like tabbed them. The tabs make me feel like I have a couple of books I have tabs where I'm like, why did I do this? This was so ridiculous. I'm not a tabbing kind of person. I do not like the way it looks. I'm the kind of person that pushes their books all the way to the back of the bookshelf. So like the tabs get folded over and bent various different ways, and it can rip the pages. I've had that happen a couple times to the point where I'm like, why do I do this to myself? I need to stop putting tabs in these books because it doesn't work in my favor. So Eva put a sprint marker. She's saying it's time to sprint, and I am too. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do a sprint. 30 minutes. This is going to be the first. Let's see where are we at with prompts. I'm just going to continue the prompt numbers from where we left off since we're on the same stream. But if you are new to my channel or just popping in, you do not have to write the prompts if you don't want to. They're just there if you want to write, but don't know what you want to write about. So here's our first one for the second half of this 12-hour stream. And it says, everyone knows nursery rhymes are warnings. Why are you treating them like roadmaps to your perfect life? That is your prompt. If you want to use it, 30 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, it's time, everyone. Let us know how you did what you did in the comments. I did nothing. I was looking up the Preakness to see if there was any videos from it because I knew I'd missed it. And I can't find any. Apparently, it was live. I couldn't even find like past live streams. It was showing other races, but not the Preakness, which sucks. And it turns out it's because Peacock had the rights to the live streams. So all the live streams I was found was like, join Peacock if you want to see the live stream. And I'm like, really? And even the Facebook page of Preakness Stakes had like clips from the race that showed like the finish and stuff like that, but did not show the full race from like start to finish. So I'm like, so even if I wanted to watch it, I wouldn't have been able to. Is what I'm getting at. That's how I have to say. It wasn't because I don't have Peacock, nor do I have any intention of getting Peacock anytime soon. So, yay! It just sucks that it wasn't streamed on YouTube at all. Because I was thinking I missed it. It turned out I hadn't missed it at all. It's because it wasn't shown. Straight up wasn't shown. Alrighty, cool. Anyways, moving on. So I did nothing during that sprint except looking up stuff and failed miserably at it. Okay, starting back from where Eva put the sprint marker, which was actually a couple comments after I had wanted to stop originally. Let's see. Excuse me. And JC said, I literally have heart palpitations when I see books defiled. I'm so sorry, JC. You're not going to like some of my books. Eva says, I have a home library, and though I'm not sure how many books I have, I'm sure there's a lot, and that other than the indie books, they are 95% thrifted. Nice. JC put up a new sprint marker that I missed because I had already switched over. Eva says, it isn't defiled. That's where the communication is lost. It's just red and dog-eared, and if I bought it, I decide the definition. Now I want to go through the oldest of my books back before materialism took over from the art, and people wrote in them all the time. I love it when I get a used book and there's like annotations already in it, because it's like I can read someone's thoughts they had as they read it in like as I'm reading it and see if my thoughts are similar or the same. It's such a cool feeling. I love it so much. JC says, "Oh, I consider a book to be defiled whenever it is bent. Pages are bent. It's been written in unless it's a workbook because that's what those are for. Anything like that." JC, again, you're not gonna like my books because the spine is broken on 99.9% of them, trophy or not. Eva says notes and doodles and little inscriptions to their family and friends. You're wrong when you think that of my books. I consider perfect condition a frivolous purchase. I have some of those too as well. I'm just saying. Because again, my books become my trophies. That doesn't make you frivolous, right? I have no idea. JC says, actually, in school, I wouldn't even write in the workbooks unless the teacher forced us to. I would write the answers on a separate sheet of paper and hand the paper in. Interesting. You said, so I'm not defiling my books and you're not frivolous. See, there we go. JC says, most of my teachers understood my neurosis, so they didn't mind. I don't think it's neurosis, it's just a preference. Some people don't mind it, some people do. Everyone's different. It says pages burned or filled the landfill from the workbook either way. We didn't have workbooks when I was in school until my special high school for the troubled youth. I remember practicing letters on chalkboards. Texas must have been behind Maryland. DC says, I mean, I don't judge anyone for what they do, but I also can't help how seeing it makes me feel either. But yes, you are correct. Your property, do with it whatever you want with it, of course. Poor Quinn. Why did you decide to go back to school? Why? I should not laugh. I'm so sorry. But what are you going to school for exactly? Like, what kind of are you getting a degree, or is it just like random courses you're taking? I'm nosy and want to know, and I don't think I've ever been on a stream where you've actually said. So now I'm curious, what are you going back to school for? Are these just for funsies class, or are you going for a specific degree? Because I know that when I was taking a bunch of different courses at once, I wasn't going for a specific degree. I was just taking stuff I could get certified in. So I had options as far as like different jobs and stuff. So I'm curious what your motivation behind going back to school is. Eva says that triggered mod intervention. Her why triggered mod intervention? Interest. Oh, probably because of all the different characters being multiplied. JC says Maryland schools weren't all that caught up, but for most of my schooling, I went to a private school. Oh, that's interesting tidbit of information. Eva says if anyone has thoughts of self-harm, please don't. Thanks. I'm not certain what that's in response to, but yeah, exactly. I agree with that. And Eva says, I'm not sure. We're talking to Gwenna, especially with coding. Won't AI do all of that? While you go back in school? Evil Korean. Oh, dear God. Tracy says, because school is awesome. I did not like school. I have no desire to go back to school. I don't mind learning, but like school itself, no thanks. Have to be there at specific times? No thanks. Can I do stuff on my own time? Yeah. He says, oh, team spirit. JC said, if I could, I would constantly be in school. Eva says, what's fun while in school? Gwen says, I want that damn piece of paper that lets me get into the rooms with people I want to be around. Fair enough. Eva says, yeah, that's why I got mine too, just to say I could. But I did English because I knew it'd be fun. Gwen says, learning new things is fun. I do think coding is fun to learn. I'm just stressed with other things, and actually learning something new is not as easy as it used to be. Okay, fair. Eva originally had a marketing minor, but had 3 semesters in. I dropped that and took religion and psych and anthropology courses. JC says, there's so many things I want to go back to school for. List them. I want to know. I'm nosy. Gwen says the coding class is just an elective. Eva says, I did astronomy and retained none of it. Part of me would love to do astronomy. I think that would be fun. JC, that explains why you're so good at the social media thing, Eva. Yeah. Eva says, no, I didn't cover social media, not even a little bit. Gwen says, all right, friends, screen break time. I will be back when the kiddo is down for bed. Bye. Thank you for joining us, Gwen. You're probably already gone, but I'm behind on comments, so I'm catching up. Everyone wishing her good luck on our break. Eva says, marketing classes feel redundant and like the things I already knew. I think I just find marketing basic. Have you watched Mad Men? Maybe that's why where I got it. I watched that just before I started school. JC says, no, I've never seen Mad Men. Should I watch it? What true crime shows have you been watching recently? I need some new ones to check out. See, scroll. Scroll. Too far. He says, I really enjoyed it back then, but never finished it, and I'm not sure I'd like it now. I've changed a lot in the last decade. Boo's her content. I think I've maybe seen it all now. She's who I've been watching lately. Well, lately I have less time because I'm getting my life together. Who knew that meant offline more often? Weird. Final day of school for the kiddo is Tuesday, so a bunch of new habits are starting for us this summer break. Awesome. My kids get out of school at the end of this month. So we got another week and a half left, I think, roughly. JC says I will check that out. Oh my goodness, I'm so behind. I'm trying to catch up. Eve says you're going to start on a wellness kick and get in the library set up so I can do the book content, and I'm attempting to take over the kitchen entirely. Ugh, I hate it, but I need to. JC says, oh, last day of school. I must be happy for summer break. Eva says, doing the kitchen part-time with a coworker who doesn't do things up to your standards is sometimes not so good as just doing the job full-time and dropping another side gig. Yes, agreed. JC says, ooh, I can't wait to see all that, Eva. That's awesome. Eva, yes, Thursday we got to go to a school picnic and then saw him do a small performance, and then we all walked together. Friday was a carnival. JC says, oh, you did a performance. That's so cool. I did miss the end of school year activities. They used to be so fun. Tuesday evening, we're doing We're going to a choir concert. The youngest has her final choir concert of the choir. Her final concert of the year. She plays trumpet. So that's a lot of fun. We'll get to see how much she's grown since she first got her trumpet at the beginning of this year. Excuse me. It jumps. I've got to scroll back up. Eva says, school itself doesn't do much, but his teacher set it up. She said she'd typically do it for the winter holiday, but she was on maternity leave for the first months of the year. She's younger than my daughter. It's interesting getting older, huh? JC said, oh, it sounds like he has a really great teacher. Always special when you have a teacher that goes the extra mile. It's very interesting getting older, Eva. Exactly. Eva said, oh, sorry. No, I don't know what I did. I don't know either. I'm going to try it and do little reels for Bookend Lane using my home library. Yes, my husband bought a big Kickstarter from Brandon Sanderson. We got the frivolous books too. And JC says, oh, see, Skye, when I look through the used book section at my library, because they sell used books for $1. Ooh, I love that about your library. That is so cool. I will not get it if there are markings in it. Oh my goodness. I would. Has he read them all yet, Eva, the Brandon Sanderson books? Okay. Eva says he's listened to the audiobooks as soon as they each released. Yeah. And then JC asked, did he get the audiobooks and the physical too? Ooh. Stop scrolling. Eva says, because of the shoot me with the mod alert stops the self-harm thing. Oh, okay. Okay. Carry on. I love the $1 section. Our library book sales are $5 for an entire bag too. Our library does library sales every once in a while. Their library sales are only last like a couple of days, and they are donation based, meaning you can give as much as you think the books are worth in exchange for a donation. I try to give at least $20 every time, even if I'm only giving one book. So mostly because I have ATMs in the area and I just pull $20. That's why. JC says I want to get my doctorate in psychology since I've got the master's. Ooh, okay. Okay. I want a master's in history, want to creative writing. I want to go back to school studying making films. I want to also go back to for theology. I don't know much about theology. What is theology? My mind is blanking. What is theology? I should know what theology is. What is wrong with me? Okay. So 2 for ogre, 1 for jester. Scramble them up and throw them in their bowls and as you mix it, basically. Okay. Thank you. I would love to go back to school for film, especially like animation. Especially like editing animation. I would love to be the person behind the scenes putting all the storyboards together and the clips together. That's what I would love to do. Let's see. Eva says we got the largest version, yeah, audio, ebooks, and physical hardcovers, all the bonuses. JC says I also want to study business so I can get better, can learn. Blah 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 blah. I also want to study business so I can better learn what the heck I'm doing. Fair enough. Oh, that's cool, Eva. That y'all have the whole collection. Eva said, I used to say I'm a full-time student if I could be, but I don't think school is the best place to learn after getting my bachelor's. I would do a fellowship where they pay me as a facility and I get a degree in addition to some classes, but I won't pay for more degrees. Faculty, not facility. I'm awesome English major. And JC says, oh, Skye, that's for $1 for a hardcover. Paperbacks are $4 for $1. Do you prefer a hardcover or a paperback? Out of curiosity. I feel like we've had this conversation before, but I cannot remember. Godology. Godology. Laura, welcome back. Home from work. I hope you had a good day. Eva says, I don't think anyone gets those jobs anymore. AI stole it. And JC said, theology, studying religion. Oh, that makes the Godology make sense. Okay. This is what I get for not seeing things in context. Actually, I think it would be cool to go to school for theology because it would be nice to be able to incorporate different religions or even like make my own for the fantasy worlds. And a theology course would be perfect for that. One of the classes I was looking into, one of the courses I was looking into, not for certification, was a religion based one. I don't remember what the name of it was, but theology was not mentioned anywhere in it. So, oh well. And I don't remember which religions. One of the ones I was looking at was Aztec. I was looking at myths and religion of Aztec civilizations. I do remember that one because I have a story where the background of the characters is Aztec. So that's why I was looking into that course. Uh, Laura says, I'm going to go out for pizza with my brother and his wife in about 20 minutes to celebrate completing my spring semester. Go, Laura! Celebrate! Woo! JC prefers hardcover. She can get it. Everyone's congratulating Laura and saying hi. Eva says, congratulations on the finished semester and on the pizza. I think a lot of people had pizza today. I hope they have a surprise blind date who is the perfect match for a summer fling. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Manifest, manifest. And JC says, well, theology is like the broad umbrella term. That makes sense. That's fair. And Laura says, update, brother got what his wife had and can't go far away from the bathroom. Looks like I'm bringing the pizza home to share. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, JC, and this will be the last comment I read, and then we'll jump into a sprint. JC says, like, if someone says they're studying history, there are many different areas of history to study. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because like there's so many different types of religions, so that makes sense. Oh no, Laura, I'm sorry about your brother. Yeah, same. I am so sorry about your brother. That sucks. Cute guy on the way. Manifest is happening. Manifesting so hard. I'm here for the manifesting. All right. I'm gonna be infested. On that note, I have to take a break. All right, let's do a sprint. Here's our prompt. Here's our next prompt, I should say. It said, he said he was a high value man. That was my clue that he was a douchebag, and I knew I wanted nothing to do with him. So that is our prompt for anyone who wants to use it. I may have seen some TikToks lately that have inspired this that made me go, ugh, go away. Anyways, that is going to be our prompt, and we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. that is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I managed 418 words during that sprint. I also found where someone had posted the Preakness race. So I watched the Preakness. Woo! I'm so happy about that. I only recognized a couple of names. There was only a couple horses that ran from the Kentucky Derby in the Preakness. But the winner was Napoleon Sun. I want to say Napoleon Sun. 151 Preakness. Ooh. I need to stop eating candy. Napoleon Solo, sorry. Napoleon Solo was the winner. Napoleon Solo was not in the Kentucky Derby. He actually had injured himself a couple races beforehand, and they kept him out of the Kentucky Derby to prep him for the Preakness. And he won the Preakness. That was awesome. So I got to watch that. And then I also ate some chocolate, did some writing, all that fun jazz. All righty, let me go to the comments. See how everyone else did. Sometime in their 30s was what Laura said. Not quite. I think they're talking about the manifesting, not infesting men. Someone in their 30s, okay. Eva says 37 widowed 7 years ago, not even ready because women these days, his age, just don't like the things he does. I like how you're being so specific. Like, we're looking for a type, yo. JC's laughing with me. Great. Eva says, I won't say his name is Ned, but I won't say it isn't. Morgan has joined us. Hello. Laura, okay. YouTube jumped, but it didn't jump that far. Awesome. Laura said pizza is ordered to go. Pick up in 25 minutes. Everyone's saying hi to Morgan. Jocelyn has joined us. Hello, hello. Pizza sure does sound good. We had pizza as well, so I feel that. We cooked ours. We had some DiGiorno's. It was great. Shapeshifter has joined us. Hello, hello. Sarah says, I'm very solitary today, but I continue to lurk. You should hit the like button if you have not. Thank you, Sarah. Welcome back. Lurk all you want. It is fine. You don't have to join in conversation if you do not want to. I'm just glad that you're here. Love you, Sarah. See, Renee says, I had dinner with the fam, then I did baby nighttime routine. You know, read them a small book and the snuggles before laying them down for the night. Oh, snuggles. We love snuggles. All of the snuggles. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. I'm slowly getting where I want to be with this book. However, I am getting story ideas to write on other things. So what I might do is if I can finish, my goal today is to finish the first 5 chapters. If I can finish those first 5 chapters, if we have more sprints, I may switch to another project. I may not. Not counting my chicks before they hatch, but I may. We shall see. What is everyone else working on tonight? Those who've just recently joined us? Excuse me. Morgan says, I missed the start of the chat break. Today was a super busy day. Was out all day in the heat, and I am drained. Oof. Now resting and scrolling. You rest and relax, Morgan. I'm just glad you're here. Do not feel pressured to do anything if you do not want to. Especially if you had a busy day out in the sun. Holy moly. Shapeshifter asks, are you a writer? Yes, I am a fantasy author who typically writes paranormal romance under the name SD Hegyes, and I am working on story number 5 of a 7 short story series that will start being published in June. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more weeks before the first of them comes out, because I am determined to finish at least the first draft of the 7 stories by the end of this month. So my goal today is to finish the first 5 chapters of this particular story, which is number 5. Tomorrow I plan to finish the other 5. And then the next 2 weeks, oops, I wasn't paying attention. Let me pause this timer. The next 2 weeks will be spent 1 week each on the next 2 stories, hopefully. So that is the plan. I may need if I switch projects before I have if I switch projects after reaching chapter 5, I may have to add an extra day of writing on this story because of the fact that I have a lot of errands to do tomorrow, so I will not be able to get as much writing done tomorrow as I'm getting done today. So I don't know if I'd be able to finish 5 chapters tomorrow because this story is 9 chapters epilogue. I might not be switching stories after I reach chapter 5 after all. I might just continue. Boo. Oh well. Anyways, moving on. Shapeshifter says I couldn't sleep, opened YouTube, and you popped up. Well, thank you for joining us. We are happy to have you. Gypsy says, oh, Morgan, I'm so sorry you stayed out in the heat today. Same. And Shapeshifter says, who's the publisher? I'm indie published. I have my own LLC, and that's what I publish through currently. I have been traditionally published with some smaller presses for novels, as well as had short stories published in various different anthologies that I now have the rights back to. In fact, actually, it was one of those stories that started this series, which has become the whole universe, because this is the first series of 7. Yay! 1 week sounds rough. They're short stories. I'm hoping to get this short story done in 2 days, so 1 week is actually pretty easy. And considering how often I've done these short stories in like a couple of days, 2 or 3 days, I'm not worried about it. I've got this. We're good. Nay says, I have tons of housework to do tomorrow to prepare for my kids' last week of school and then all the laundry. Yeah, laundry is one of the things I'll be doing tomorrow. I got to take in 3 tubs of laundry to wash tomorrow because I'm still playing catch up since I didn't go on Mother's Day to do laundry. Because I usually go on Sundays, and Mother's Day was last weekend. Did not go do laundry. Whoops, my bad. Morgan says, talking to JC, it's okay. Didn't have an episode, so for that I am thankful. Usually the heat sends my heart racing to scary levels. Oof. Take care of yourself, Morgan. I'm so sorry. I keep burping now. Anyways, JC says, yeah, the heat makes me sick too, Morgan. All right. With that said, I have made it to the bottom of the comments that I can see. And we're going to go ahead and start our next sprint. And then I'll come back and check out some more comments. Let me get us set up for our next sprint. Shapeshifter, if you're interested in reading any of my work that's currently published, there should be links in the description. I have all of my information there. Okay. Here is the next prompt for anyone who wants to write but doesn't know what they want to write about. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. It says, you have a pattern, the fabric, and the know-how. You want to explain to me one more time why you haven't made your costume yet? You can decide what the costume is for. I was thinking Ren Fair. It could be Halloween. It could be another event entirely. Who knows? So that is our prompt. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. And we're going to start this next sprint in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. That is time, everyone. Let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I got 627 words, and I was researching a couple of name possibilities, as well as like locations in um, West Africa. So I was looking up a few things, and yeah, I managed to get 627 words while I did that. So that is good. Let's see, looking at the comments, where did I? Yeah, where did I leave off? I do not even remember. JC says, I'm glad you didn't have an episode again. Renee said, yeah, I usually do laundry on Sundays. It's worked for us since I married my house. That is good. Shapeshifter said, okay. Jocelyn said, I'm really hungry. Might cook a bowl of oatmeal since it's so late. Eva said, I missed the entire break. Oops. I'm so sorry, Eva. Hopefully you'll catch this one. Jen said, I just watched one of the weirdest movies I've ever seen, 1989 movie called The Caller. I have never heard that. I will have to go look that up on the next sprint. Jocelyn had to go run an errand. I'm sorry we missed you. Hopefully your errand goes well. And JC said, hi, Nixie. Nice job, Skye. Thank you. Eva says, night mode set. Husband is tucked into bed. Kiddo is staying up late, but also set for bed when it's time. Down lights, etc. My tummy was like, you drank soda and rawr. But it's fine. Sips more soda. Here I am. It's like 8:30 at night, and I am still drinking my monster, which I opened like right as we started the stream, the second portion of the stream, I think. So it was right around 6 o'clock. So I've been sipping on it for a little over 2 hours now, roughly. But yeah, that's not unusual for me. I try to like wait until like the afternoon to open my monster and drink it in like the latter half of the day. And then I just make it last as long as possible. And I've got 2 backup drinks when I finish that. So we're good on my side. Snacks do sound good. I wish we had some chips because what I really, really want right now is some chips and salsa. I want some chips, some salsa, and some cheese dip. And I have I have 2 of the 3 ingredients. And the main one I don't have is the chips. I have salsa, I have cheese dip, I do not have chips, and that makes me sad because I have about 30 minutes until the store closes. That's not long enough for me to ride into town and get some chips, especially since that's all I would be getting. Eva says, caffeine doesn't keep me up, but when I drop it, I do go through fatigue a little bit. I was caffeine free for over 2 full years. I will do it again. I can tell the difference with my gut health for sure. My body is like, nah, mate, we can't do this. Not gonna happen. Jen says, I too have a monster. Haha. Eva says, do you have tortillas? I do, in fact, have tortillas. And I know you can make chips from the tortillas. I know that. I'm just too lazy to. Especially since they do taste better when you make them on like the air fryer. So JC's like, send hubby to the corner gas station again. The corner gas station's right next to the grocery store. And chips are also like $7 a bag now. Did y'all know that? Holy smackerels. Chips are expensive as fuck. Even like the cheap chips that used to be like $1, they're like $3 a bag now. I'm like, what happened? I know what happened. Let's be real. I know what happened. But you used to be able to get like off-brand Lay's for like $1. A big bag of off-brand Lay's, by the way. It's no longer $1. It's like $3. So I'm just like, oof. Chips are expensive. One of the next things, I've made bread. I want to make more bread. But another thing I want to make is I want to learn how to make homemade tortillas. It's like 2 ingredients. It's not hard. But it's just one of those things I haven't attempted yet. I am not someone who cooks. I'm not someone who experiments a lot. I do every once in a while. But like I'm very much aware that when I experiment on stuff, as far as like food stuff goes, I will probably ruin the first couple of batches when I cook something, when I try something. I was fully expecting when I made the bread for it to be a failed experiment. I was surprised by a lot that it wasn't a failed experiment because I was fully expecting it to be. And I have a sneaking suspicion that tortillas, I'm going to feel the same way. I'm going to expect them to be a failed experiment and it not, and I'm going to be so surprised. But like most of the time when I make a meal the first time, I will fail at it. I will do something wrong. And to this day, one of the meals that I make the most is Alfredo, and I cannot make it the same way more than once. It is always different every time I make it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not as good. It varies, and that's the thing I make a lot. So, oh, okay. So, yeah, I just like, ugh, not that I know of why.
Because I am lagging like a motherfucker, man.
Diablo? I don't know what to tell you. I've got 3 windows open. I have my lo-fi rain music playing right now. I have my stream going up, and I have the YouTube page up, and I have my timer. So 4 windows. Sorry, 4 windows, and all of them seem to be working fine.
I was just wondering if maybe it was a game or if maybe with the storm getting ready to come through and budget with the signal.
Could be the fact that there's 3 of us online at the same time, and you're playing a game that pulls a lot of internet, like a lot.
YouTube as well.
Yeah, she's on YouTube.
So that explains why my connection.
I could barely see you over the top of my screen.
That sounds like a problem.
It is a me problem. Like I could see, like here down on you is covered. Like I'm so glad that I can hear you. I'm too short. My screens are too tall.
I was going to say big head, little arms.
I got a big head and little arms. I'm not sure how well this plan was thought through.
So,
Master?
that being said, adding a new character to our rivals.
Okay, I will, no playing video. I'm on chat. I will talk to you when the sprint starts. Okay? Okay. We're going to go to a sprint after I finish these comments. Go away. Keep it on pause. Anyways. Okay, let me scroll back up to where I missed stuff. Eve says, yeah, chips are wild. I'm buying stuff like flour again. JC says, yeah, I usually get them when they're on sale. They're always on sale at my grocery store, like 2 bags for $8. They are not on sale in my location, like almost ever. They do every once in a while have a buy one, get one half off kind of sale for chips, but you're still spending like $16 for 2 bags of chips, it feels like. It's probably not quite that expensive, but. Oh my goodness.
Massive.
He's adorable. He's got a big head and little arms.
Yes.
That's adorable. Is Marvel's free? Marvel Rivals?
Yes. I believe so.
That makes me want to play it just for him.
I don't know if it's your type of game though, because
Oh, it's not. I will get my ass handed to me.
it's not just that.
It's a MMO.
No.
Oh.
It is like Overwatch.
I don't know what Overwatch is kind of game. I'll look it up later. It's fine.
It's essentially tower defense, kind of.
I don't know what that is.
Not exactly.
Got it. Okay. JC said that was a sale this past week. Jen says, I live behind an Aldi and they have full-size chips for under $3. I wish I lived near an Aldi because I know they're cheaper there. There's not, I have never, hey, Justin.
What?
Is there an Aldi in Great Falls?
Aldi?
Yeah, Aldi.
No, that's what I know of.
That's a Southern store, isn't it?
I think Aldi is
Like Midwest to Southern? Okay.
Aldi is
Roughly?
whatever the other company.
Lidl.
Lidl. Yeah.
I make fun of it because I go Lidl, Lidl, Lidl. That's how I remember it. Jen says, now that I think of it, they're close to $2. $4 for a bag, but I need 3 bags for 1 jar of salsa, right? More bags if you're going to mix it with the cheese sauce, because, I dip mine into the cheese sauce, then the salsa, and then, delicious. Eva says little mini bags for school lunches. They have so few chips in them now. Yes. JC says, hey, Justin. I'll tell him when he gets back in. He's probably outside smoking.
Why?
JC says we're cute. Even the soda is costing me more than marijuana at this point, so I'm giving it up very soon. Soda, not weed, obviously. I cannot smoke weed. The smell of it alone makes me green in the face to the point where I get very nauseous. There's a running joke. We live in a state where it's legal. And I don't know if it's just medicinally legal or if it's like legal. I'm going to say morning glories. Those are my favorite flowers. Love you, I. I don't know what she's doing, but she's doing something.
Oh, I have grass growing in the tub up there, so I think it's soil now.
Are those in season? Like, can you still plant them and they grow? Yeah. Okay, carry on. She's going to grow some flowers. She showed me moonflower. Was that the first one, moonflower?
Morning glory and moonflower.
She showed me morning glory and moonflower, and morning glories are my favorite flowers, so I was like, that one. I remember when morning glories were a weed and you did not find seeds in store because you didn't want morning glories growing because they were considered a weed, and apparently now they're a flower. I don't know what happened. It's fine. Eva said, tell him the way it's turned. I wish I'd seen that comment first. That was great. I love that so much. He's on break. They were blah, 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 blah. Technically speaking, this is a D&D weekend for him, so he should be playing D&D. But they have enough people missing that they're not playing D&D tonight. In fact, actually, I think they've switched their weekend, so it'll be next weekend instead. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
I said I also have this one.
Oh, California poppy?
Yeah. But this one goes in April and July.
April through July? Okay. But anyways, so then they were going to get together and do a raid on Destiny. And apparently they're not doing a raid on Destiny. So now he's playing Diablo. Saturday nights are his gaming days with his buddies. So he's taking a break right now. JC says, Eva, if you had said you were giving up weed, I would have been like, who are you? And what have you done with my friend? But anyways, going back to what I was saying about the weed, actually, that was perfect. Justin's actually never smoked weed because I had a friend who her dad had weed for medicinal purposes. And so her house was a hot box, first of all. And second of all, always the smell of weed everywhere. And just, and I cannot be around it now. So he has actually never smoked it. I have told him he should go out with people and smoke some weed. Just to try it. Just to say he's tried it. And he refuses. Because he is the sweetest man that ever lived. And he goes, I can't handle it. I'm like, I don't care. You should just do it. Take a shower afterwards. I'll be fine. Nope, refuses. All right. Laura says, dinner has been devoured. Dinner has been devoured. He says, I went without a few times since I started. The longest was in Denver until the summer we got back. Nice. I do want to go back to only eating my THC. That's how I started back about 10 years ago now. Laura says, I think I might actually write today. Oh, yeah. I'm here for it, Laura. Let's do it. We're going to start another sprint soon. I'm almost near the end of the comments for once. Eva says, it's not for everyone. For sure, he could eat it. I keep forgetting that's a possibility. I need to find someone to make some pot brownies. Because he'll eat some brownies, which means he can eat some pot brownies. I wonder if I could take pot brownies. That's a possibility because it's the smell. Do pot brownies smell the same as weed? Like, does it have the same scent, or does it even smell like brownies? I need to find someone who makes pot brownies. Eva, I'm going to come visit you, and we're going to make some pot brownies. And then we're going to all just have a good old time. We're going to have a good old time. JC says, yeah, you should try it at least once. One good time in your life. I have partaken of weed before, did not like it, and the smell of it also made me sick. And then Eva said, I didn't like it as a young adult, tried it again on a dark and dreary night, woke up the next day and felt good. Eva says, no, but weed butter doesn't taste good. You taste the smell. That doesn't sound good at all. Let's pass on that. Eva, JC said, I don't believe it has a smell when you digest it, but I could be wrong. And then Eva said, try it. The dispensaries should sell them, but you can make them. You just need butter with cannabis in it. Then make stuff with the butter. Okay. I would have to be very careful and keep that butter separate from my other butter. Not that it matters, so I'm the only one that uses like stick butter if it came in a stick butter. What are the dogs barking at outside? Anyways, there's no dispensaries near me that I know of. There might be some in Great Falls. I know there's some in Billings. I know there's some in what's the other B one? Bozeman. I am not near enough to either Billings or Bozeman to go to any. I don't know if there's any Great Falls. I've never looked. There's a lot of things in Great Falls I have not explored yet. Like when we took our trip to when Justin had to do his course for the hotel, and we were there for a couple of days, I found a Mexican restaurant I didn't know existed. It was like right next to the hotel. Did we partake and eat at said Mexican restaurant? No. Do I feel guilty? Do I feel bad about not trying Mexican there? Absolutely, because it would have been perfect. But we went to Texas Roadhouse, so it worked. When we go to Great Falls, we try to eat at places we haven't eaten before, and that was one of the places we hadn't eaten at in Great Falls because I didn't know it was there. Like it was another hidden gem. Anyways, that being said, Eva said I do not like my cannabis with chocolate, but many do prefer that. And she says I'm about 5 minutes from a dispensary. If they keep track of how much I've spent, Lord. All right, let's do another sprint. We're gonna get Laura some writing. Come on, Laura, we got this. Let's do some writing. And I'm gonna talk to the hubs because he just came back in from smoking. So here we go. What? Oh, dang, that was the youngest. Never mind. She was planting flowers. Anyways, here is our next prompt for anyone who wants to use it. You do not have to. And it says, it's morning and there's no birds. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Take that as you will. Use it if you want to. Ignore it if you don't. And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, everyone that has time, let us know how you did, what you did in the comments. I wrote 118 words because I got up and did a bunch of things. And then I was watching YouTube, Facebook videos as well. So, yay. There's a breeder I follow on Facebook who posts videos like about her farm and stuff. I found her because of cows, and now she's posting more about her horse breeding programs. So I have been following her, and I watched a new video where she was showing two of the foals that they had this year, interacting with each other and stuff like that. I like how like approachable she is for people who have no idea about horses, well, without being like condescending. I think that's part of why I enjoy watching her content. And she posts mostly to Facebook. Anyways, let's go ahead and check out the comments. Eva said, I qualify for, but have not yet gotten my medical card. Once I do, I can grow it legally. And Laura said, spent the whole time cleaning the kitchen, 15 minutes left to open my laptop. You got this. Eva said, about like, I don't know, a month ago, I made a Facebook page for my cats, and it's almost to 500 followers nearly completely organically. Crossing his fingers that I'll start posting content and get monetized because these cats are expensive. Ollie had pain management for a front left paw sprain. At the same time, the kiddo got his cast for a front left paw, wrist forearm fracture. Jeez, crikey. Ouch. You're not kidding when you said those cats are expensive. Renee asked what type of things you post about the cats, Eva. I'm curious too. Like, is it just like pictures, or is it daily videos, or like? Eva says, I have 4 cats. I posted some reels and a few photos. Interesting. That's like, you know how some people like to share funny videos with each other? The funny videos that my husband and I share with each other are usually compilations of cats and dogs. And then whenever we find the rare find that's like another type of animal, we have to physically go with our phone to show the other person versus just sending it back and forth. Ooh, Eva shared a link. We love a good link. Let me just open that in a new tab so I can check it out during the next sprint. Just saying. JC says, wait, you have a Facebook page for the cats, Eva? How did I not know about this? Eva says, yes. I only shared it once recently. Organic helps algorithms a lot. Yes, it does. For sure. Oh, my stomach is upset with me. That's okay. It's if a bunch of viewers who watch it wouldn't normally see it while scrolling it, the algorithm stutters. I'm guessing. But I haven't posted in days over there. That's fair. Let's see. How long have we been streaming? 10 hours. So we have 3 hours left? 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we have 3 hours left because we streamed for 6 hours. We have an hour break, so that's 7 plus 6 is 13. So yeah. Okay. I was just checking. I did get a message from Steffi. She will join us as soon as she has internet access again. JC says, has Skye how many pet videos I've sent her? A lot. I love them so much. Oh, I didn't realize I was even reading JC's comment. I was just saying that. JC says, I love them so much. They make me happy. And Eva says, I think I only need 3 more followers and then keep them for 30 days and it'll open stars. Will Steph make it for a while? I don't know when she's going to join us. She told me it was going to be around 10 her time. So it's going to be about nowish, roughly. But I don't know. Because it's the internet stuff is out of her control, it might be a while, if at all. She said she was going to as soon as her internet comes back up, but when her internet comes back up is not up to her. So, Oh, good. I hope she makes it. I hope so too. It would be lovely. Renee asked, "What's the cat's names?" Ollie, Bubbles, Shadow, and Pretty. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Ollie, Bubbles, Shadow, and Pretty. Pretty? Prieta? That is wrong, Skye. Wrong. So wrong. That's fine. No one said you could go to sleep. We're working here. Excuse me. Eva says, I call my house something close to Cozy Wood Lane, but not quite that. So the page is Cats of Cozy Wood Lane. JC says, I think I'll be scrolling some pet videos this evening. You found a new follower. So I've always wanted to have horses, and I have the ranch is already named. Like we are Dragon's Den. That has always been the ranch name I wanted. My mom had her ranch name picked out long before she had ponies, and eventually, when we have horses, we are going to be called the Dragon's Den. And Justin and I both like our goal is 5 years from now we want to be fully functioning with my publishing stuff, and then 10 years from now we would like to have horses again. The kids would also possibly like to have horses, but by then they'll be fully grown adults, and if they have horses, that's on them. Whereas Justin and I want some horses that we can pleasure ride and trail ride and stuff like that. I grew up riding horses, and then he rode a couple of times when during the summers when we first got together. So he's ridden a couple of times. He's nowhere near as experienced a rider as I am, because I rode for like 20 years before I finally stopped riding. And I want horses again. My mom found a new horse-related channel that she's been following, and now I'm following it too on YouTube. So, and they just recently went to a auction here in Montana, and they talked about some of the prices that they were buying Mustangs for, like they were selling Mustangs for. And I'm like, I could afford that if I had a place to keep it, and hay wasn't so fucking expensive. I need to stop looking at this. I had to close the page. Let's see. Eva says yes, and Pretty is right pronunciation, is the only girl. Awesome. We adopted Shadow and Pretty together, but Shadow is an adult cat that looks like a kitten. Aww. And JC says, oh yeah, Eva, if you ever see some cute or funny pet videos, feel free to send them my way. Does anyone follow Noodles on Facebook? I love that channel. Like Noodles the dog? Am I thinking the right one? Maybe I'm not thinking the right one. There was a dog that's like, I think it's a pug. And I might be mixing up the name, but I thought the dog's name was Noodles, and it's like a no bones day kind of thing. Like, how much stuff are we going to get done today? And it's based on whether or not it's a bones or no bones day from Noodles, from the dog. And it's a pug, and I thought the dog's name was Noodles. Am I thinking the right animal? Apparently not. That is not a pug. That is not the same animal. Okay, I am not following that page. Cute though. I'll have to check it out later. Like fully check it out later. What is the no bones day? His name is Noodle, not Noodle, Noodle. And basically, the way it worked is that it was declared a bones day if Noodle stands up, and a no bones day if he does not. And it's basically like how much ambition you have in order to get things done. Of course, and I get sucked into IG. No, you're right. You have 5 more minutes to play around with Instagram, and then you got it right. There's been another link shared. Oh, that's a specific video. We're going to watch that one in a little bit. Okay. I'm opening all the links as they're coming through. But yeah, I don't think there's any channels I specifically watch. But there are, like, when they come across my feed, I don't skip them either. Eva says we also have a dog, but Shadow Boy Cat seems to the most likely to use these buttons animals hit to say things. We'll see. Have you got the buttons? Did you get the buttons to see if they will press them? I kind of want to get the buttons for the dogs, at least for like one for each room we're in, so they can press it when they need to go outside. Because especially lately, if the kids are at other people's houses in the evening, if now that I'm back in the library, it's not going to be such a big deal because I'll see when the dogs come to the door. But the dogs have been taught to go to the door if they need to go outside and scratch at the door. However, Justin's office is at the other end of the house, or like the middle of the house. And then our bedroom, where my computer was set up until recently and where it will be set up during the winter months, is in the very back of the house, nowhere near the door. So when the dogs need to go outside, they come and scratch the door like they're supposed to. And if there's no one out in the living room, the girls tend to hang out in the living room. No one knows that they need to go potty until it's too late, and we've been having to clean up on the weekends a couple times here and there. And so I've been debating getting the buttons so that I can put buttons in different rooms, and when they need to go outside, they can let us know by pressing the buttons. I think that would be great. I think that is a brilliant idea. Yes, we have the buttons. Wait, I missed components. Hold on. JC said, I love noodles. Eva said, we have the buttons. They take a lot of buttons, but otherwise they are pretty cheap. The chaos with the kid wanting to play with it anytime. I do make it happen. I do make it just not happen. They take a lot of batteries. That's what rechargeable batteries are for. You get the rechargeables and then you go on. But yeah, I can see how that would be a problem after a while, though. I get it. And I'm getting suddenly bombarded with notifications. Excuse me, sorry. I'm suddenly getting bombarded with notifications on my phone. And I've got 4 Facebook tabs open for the different links that have been sent, so I can check them out during the next sprint. And all of them are flashing with messages that have been sent at different rates, too. It's not like all 4 are showing the same message. You know how when you're on desktop, they flash back and forth between Facebook and the like blah blah message blah blah. Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. That's what I've got going for me. Let's see. Laura says, I don't know what project to work on. No! Project First Kiss. Decision paralysis. Saturday night. Laura, did you get an email from me a while back? I don't remember exactly when I sent it. I would have to look through my sent emails. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. It was for a project. Hold on. That's not the right thing. Sent is where I want it. It is not showing me all my sent emails. It's missing emails that I've sent to myself. Lovely. And I have to sign up for Yahoo Plus to see those emails. Fuck them. That's annoying as fuck. I don't know when I sent it. I sent it at some point. Recently. It went to a bunch of people all at the same time. Anyways. That's a story you can work on. That's what I'm getting at. All of that to say. And JC said, it's not me this time. And Laura said, oh yeah, the short stories. Eva said, oh, I posted a thirst trap story with a link on it that says 18 plus to see who would click it. Forgot I did that a couple hours ago. I would click it. I'm just saying. I love it. I don't even like thirst traps, but I would still click it so I could send it on to the people I know who do like thirst traps. Remember how I mentioned earlier in the stream that my sisters and I have, we have a shared group TikTok chat, because that's where we've taken all of our chats to. We have a group chat that's on TikTok. 90% of the TikToks that are sent are either to my single sister who is not in a relationship, or oops, I wasn't paying attention to Nixie, or they are from her saying, "What do you guys think of this person?" And they're thirst traps. Like 90% of what is said is thirst traps, and I'm like, I don't know. I guess he's conventionally attractive. I don't know what you want from me, but I would definitely click on the 18 plus video so I can see if it's something I can send to them. And there's a GIF that I love sending whenever I am the one that says the thirst traps, and it's the Millhouse eyebrow wiggle where his thick eyebrows go up and down so many times really fast. I would do that just to bug them. He even says I would see what works with stories I need views. I love it. That's hilarious. And Laura says thirsty for some ginger ale. And he even says, "How dare you? I'm not a ginger." Or maybe some monsters. That's what I'd be thirsty for, some monsters. I'm just saying. Speaking of monster. Oh, even says I was called a monster for dog earing books just a little bit ago. You're a monster. All right, let's go ahead and get set for another sprint. We're gonna all do some stuff. Has anyone finished the projects that they were working on today, or gotten done with projects that they were working on today and switched projects? I know Eva finished a video earlier today, posted it, shared it with us. Great stuff. But anyone else? What are you guys working on for this evening? We are in the second half now. I forgot to ask that when we started the second half. Probably should have. But yeah, what's everyone doing? What are you up to? What were your goals for today? Have you met them? All right. Make sure you drink your water. Get a nap if you need a nap. Get some rest if you need some rest. Foodum is very important too. We like the nom noms. Anyways, let me go ahead and get us up for our sprint. Here is our next prompt. Oh, I'm going to have to come up with some more prompts. This is my last one. So, this prompt says, "There are two wolves inside of me, and both are hungry." So, that is our next prompt for our next sprint. 30 minutes on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, that is time, everyone. Let us know what you did, how you did in the comments. I wrote 424 words. Give me a second. Okay, so I wrote 424 words. I did some more research because I had to look up some stuff about the character in the restaurant they're eating at. It's a little home. Home is not the word. Mom and pop's not quite the word, but basically a mom and pop restaurant, specialty items kind of thing stuff. But yeah, I don't know what sprint number that was. Goes to show what I know. 13. Okay. So, the one thing I was supposed to do during that sprint that I did not do was come up with more prompts. So I'm gonna have to do that at some point. Oh well. Let's check out the chat and see what what was said. Eva said, I didn't set clear enough goals to be honest, but I've gotten things done. Awesome. That's always helpful. Laura says, I'm going to work on the dialogue prompt story. JC said, I have actually finished my video and exported it. Congratulations. That's what Eva's saying. Same thing. Nice work, JC. Laura says, Q. Do I go historical, contemporary, or futuristic with this prompt? Why do you want to be with her anyway? She doesn't understand you like I do. I could go sci-fi with body horror, historical with monsters, or contemporary with a stalker or something. Ooh, interesting choices. JC said, thanks to Eva. Or futuristic monsters, says Laura. And Eva's like, do all the options. Do they have a genre dice or make one up or to sort of choose for you? Ooh, I like the idea of rolling a dice. But I'm always been a fan of that. Like the character randomizer that Sam Wicker did, or like how Natalie and Chandra do. Is it Chandra? Chandra? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Used to do Saturday short fiction. Laura says no randomizer is given, just the dialogue that needs to be included. Laundry is started, says Laura. Someone pick a number 1 to 5. Eva said 1. And Laura said, sweet, I'll write that version first. Thank you, Eva. Futuristic mad scientist, here I come, with some Blade Runner thrown in for flavor. Eva says, I scrolled, and Laura says, I have an opening for option 1. The rain hits the plastic shielding, running down it, warping my view of the city skyline with its refracting characteristics. It's fairly easy to see through, like you. It's time I gave you my full attention. Why do you want to be with her anyway? She doesn't understand you like I do. I pout my painted lips, looking up through my enhanced eyelashes at your face, at your drunken countenance that reeks of regret. Nice. Okay. Ugh. My belly just gurgled. I don't know why. I'm very full. I do not need more food. I definitely don't need more sweets. So I got a bag of Lindor chocolate for Mother's Day. This is what my husband got for me. And he made the mistake of last night bringing it to me. It was on my desk in the other room, that poker table I was using as a desk. Since then, I've eaten all of this candy. There are 6 left in the bag. The bag was full. Not yet, not full yesterday. This has been like since Mother's Day. But like when I tend to pull some out, I pull like 3 or 4 at a time and eat them all at once. Give me a second. I am trying to type a new prompt for the next sprint. Okay. And now my phone's buzzing. Oh, I also watched some videos that were sent to me. Like, what did I do with my phone? It ran away. Anyways, we double checked the chats. JC says, I love those chocolates. So he came home, he gave me my Mother's Day card and the chocolates. He said he went on this whole story about what he was trying to do. He was like, I was looking for the Andes mints. Currently, right now, that's my favorite. And he was like, I couldn't find Andes mints. So I was going to get York peppermint patties because my plan was to get you Andes mints and York peppermint patties. And I was like, okay, both are very good choices. Both are very good choices. And then he was like, but I couldn't find the Andes mints. And the Yorks just didn't seem like enough by themselves because they only had the small bags. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, then I saw the Lindors. And I knew that's what I would get you. And that's what I got you. The whole time he's telling this, I'm just like, where are we going with this story? So I could have had Andes and Yorks. Oh, well. These are very good chocolates, though, and I do like these. Like, I'm not mad about the choice. I was just giggling about the options I could have had. So I just thought that was funny. Anyways, all right, I've made it to the end of the comments. Stephanie had popped in for a minute, so she's got internet back. She will be joining us. However, she had a phone call come through, and I missed when it dinged at me to let me know. I remember her messaging saying I'll be right there, and then there was like nothing. So my bad, but it's okay because she had a phone call that she had to take. It might be job related, so maybe she'll come back with some news about that. But yeah, when she pops back in, I will bring her into the chat. In the meantime, we're going to do our next writing sprint, and our prompt for anyone who wants to use it says, "No one can love you the way I can, but at the same time, no one can hate you the way I can either." So that's our prompt for anyone who wants to use it. You don't have to. These are the original chocolate. Milk chocolate truffles is what these are. You're welcome to join, Laura, if you want to. I'll send you a link. I do not begrudge any company during any stream of mine, whether it's a 12-hour marathon or not. So, but we're going to get this started on the sprint. That's our prompt. And we're going to go in 3, 2, oops, hello. Press the right button. 2, 1, let's go. All right, that is time. Everyone, let us know what you did, how you did in the comments. I had 2 people join me during that sprint. Yay!
That's what you think.
Oh, I'm imagining things? Okay, that's fair. That's possible.
What did I do during that sprint? I signed my name to some legal documents I will be filing in a day or two. It's almost all complete and ready to go. That's what I did during that sprint. In case anyone was wondering, it's my divorce papers, okay? And I don't care who knows I'm getting divorced. It doesn't matter. I don't care. So
I mean, I wasn't going to ask, but I was assuming
yeah. It's
Since we're live on the internet, I wasn't going to ask right now. I was going to ask maybe later.
No. So I was talking to this other romance author I connect with online, and she's like, "Hey, I saw that you hey, I saw you change your name and stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, divorce." She's like, "Well, I wasn't going to pry." I'm like, well, so people are going to notice that I changed my last name on Facebook to my maiden last name. It's only been like 3 weeks or something like that. But according to his Facebook that I'm now blocked on, he now lives in Warsaw, Poland, which I know is false. He just put some random crap country place on there. No one's calling back. I don't know where he is. And he put in a change of address to the Social Security Administration because they sent a thing to our address saying, "Hey, we just got this notice. If it wasn't you, let us know." And so now that means I can, and I have a lot of like me emailing him and not getting replies and calling him and hounding his family. And so I've done what I can to find out where he's at, to send divorce papers to. And since I can't, that means I can post a thing into the county newspaper that we live in. So, yeah, but it'll be good. I'll feel better once I file the paperwork. I'll feel better about everything.
So one of the first conversations Justin and I had after I'd finished filing paperwork was about that. I was like, if we ever get divorced, just so you know, I'm not changing my name. You gave me this name. It's mine forever. You can't have it back. Because I don't want to have to pay for it all over again.
I just got my state ID in Texas, but the state ID in Texas is only like $11 or $16 or something, so it's not even that much.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, I know people are gonna ask, but friends here in Texas where I'm at noticed people I was hanging out with, and so they asked questions, and so I told them everything that was going on.
Fair enough.
And that is all I'm saying live on that part right there.
Laura, what'd you get up to during that sprint?
I was writing. I know. Like, yes.
Right. We like it.
I have 457 words right now in this short story.
Nice. Can I help you, miss? Do you want to go outside? Is that why you want to go outside? You can wait until I get on the next sprint or go bother someone else. There is a kid on the couch. I know she's on the couch. I can hear the YouTube. She's on the couch. Go bug her. Ask her to let you out. She's probably sitting on the couch watching YouTube playing Pokemon Go on her phone.
But, Mom,
Go bug her.
you're the one I want to inconvenience.
Otherwise, you can wait a good 5 minutes. Okay? Okay. That's what we're going to do. All right. I'm going to check out the comments and see what everyone else has done. Trying to remember where I left off. Laura said, link. I sent that. Everyone's saying hi to Stephanie and Laura on the stream. Eva said, it's sleepover now, 24 hours. We are not going for 24 hours. I cannot handle that. No, thank you.
I mean, technically, I just got here, so I could stream for 12 hours or 6 hours. Technically.
You would be all by yourself because I cannot. I have too many errands to do in the morning, tomorrow, during the day in order to stay for longer than we've already got planned.
I have an interview tomorrow at 5:30 in the evening.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's at a fast food restaurant, so that's why it's at 5:30.
The potato one?
No, not the potato one. I just applied for that one yesterday. I haven't heard back. This one's for Taco Bell, and honestly, I don't care because I just need a job at this point.
Mm.
But yeah, I played for anything at this restaurant called the Potato Shack. It's all baked potato entrees and everything baked potato, and they have like a small bar sampling. And then I applied at this other one that does crawfish or crawdads and blackened catfish. We've ate there a few times, and I played at a hotel across the way. So, yeah, everyone's like, hey, every time there's someone posts something in the area that they're hiring, a couple of friends of mine keep on tagging me in every post. So, there's lots.
Oh, nice.
So that's nice.
That is nice.
But the Taco Bell is like maybe a half a mile it's up and down this road I live on, this hilly, and then like maybe 5-minute walk once it's flat. So it's not far.
Okay.
I just told the kids they can never eat at that Taco Bell again because I don't want to see them while I'm working. They'll be distracting.
That is funny.
Hmm.
Eva apparently has gone to bed because we did not deny anyone to sleep. I'm sorry that I missed you, Eva. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for joining us. And JC says, I also was not going to ask. Talking to Stephanie. Oh, Justin, I see you. Grr. Sorry. I had opened Steam to download a game that he mentioned.
Yeah.
I haven't downloaded it yet.
Oh.
And he's playing it. Hold on, I gotta message him real quick and be like, I see you. They just added a new character, and this is a game that I had no intention of playing, but the new character is a dinosaur. And now I want to play it. So, girl on him. Ha 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 ha. I just sent a message. Giggle. All right, cool. I know, I'm weird. It's fine. Okay. Oh, let me switch this back to live chat. I don't know when it switched.
Well,
I have to mistake comments because of it.
That is all. I filled out as much as I can. I just have to get this other packet that I have to fill out the proof that I tried contacting him.
Okay.
And, at least my apartment complex will print out paperwork for me, so I'm happy about that.
That's good.
Yeah.
So paperwork is done for now?
For now, it's done. It's sitting right there, ready to go.
Okay. So what are you going to work on during the next sprint?
I don't know.
I'm about to die.
I was going to say a love letter, but I'm not going to do that. So yesterday I pulled down all of my books off of Amazon, like all of them.
Okay.
And then last time I redid my name from like Stephanie Whitson to Stephanie Marie Whitson. So I put my middle name there. I unpublished them and then republished them all within like 2 days time. But I can't do that now because Amazon has that whole like 3 a day or 10 in a week. So I'm going to slowly start redoing them, like re-uploading them. And I'm going to have a new cover for the first 6 books. The covers that you and Laura have seen with the ombre covers. And then I'm going in and like obviously changing about the author stuff because different name, and then changing a little bit about maybe some of the acknowledgments or dedication. And then because I suck at editing and catching the typos, I'm reading through them, making sure there's no typos I might have missed the first time, which because there always is. And then I want to like start releasing a couple a week, or at least one a week, so that way Amazon's like, you're a bot or whatever. There's that. But I also decided to change the names of my books as well.
That's what the book thing is.
Gotcha. I also decided to change the names of the titles, so there wouldn't be like totally go start fresh. It's all like beach themed, and it all like interconnects better with the titles and stuff because they're all in the same world. They're just like the first 6 books and then the 3-book series and another 3-book series. So they're all going to be like in a shared world, which they are, but this will make it more evident to people that are perusing the interwebs.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
It did indeed.
All right. So yes, so I'm going to be working on some of the updates and editing of those books,
Sounds good.
which I've already done the first 2 books, so kind of.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I still have to update about the author on book 2, and then I'm going to go to book 3, which is a really short Christmas story, so that won't be hard to do.
Okay. All right. Well, the puppy dog is still beside me, still asking to go out, so I'm going to go ahead and get us up on the sprint. You guys are ready? Okay. All right. So here we go. Here's our prompt for anyone who wants to use it. You do not have to. And it says, what I wouldn't give to see you again in this lifetime or another. That is going to be our prompt. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. And we're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go.